Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem Chapter 246–250. Forgotten Annals. When she had first been assigned the job, there was no doubt in her mind that it was going to be challenging. That being said, nothing could have really prepared her for something like this. Especially with the unease that she was left with, being the sole human in the room with 3 servants. One of whom required a permanent observer at all times throughout Chaldea, and anything less would not be tolerated. She already had enough on her plate without the concern of someone starting a fight. As for the help she had been promised, it was middling at best. The entry on covenants could do with changing. That simple sentence had very nearly thrown the room into chaos. It had come as little more than a casual remark, almost a lazy one, from her most recent assistant, and it clearly did not sit right with her first one. Given the way his arm dropped onto the table with a dull thud and he looked across the length of it with a sour look. Even without a face, one could tell that he was glaring rather pointedly at the speaker. Very clearly insulted that someone even dared to speak against him. With a sigh of forced calm, Sullivan spoke with a slow tone of voice. As if he was speaking to an infant and not someone very clearly older than him. This information comes directly from the archives of Lothric and the personal libraries of Anor Londo itself. There is no denying the factual knowledge of what resides there. Sarajara turned her eyes towards the person on the other side. Akal let out a grunt as she scratched the underside of her chin a couple of times, then tossed the paper down onto the table and pressed a finger into it. You can say that all you like, but some of the facts aren't all that accurate. I've known a good half-dozen who would swear that the mound makers were formed by a rather insane man by the name of Emil. Well, they said he was insane, but there was never a reference to the blood god. Sullivan scoffed loudly. The remnants of the old god's cult flooded into that sect of savages en masse. It was a transition, the end goals remained identical, mindless slaughter. Therefore, they were merely a transition from one cult to the other. Nothing more and nothing less. Akal frowned. Yeah, but that's sloppy. The mound makers hated the gods. The mound makers hated everyone. Sullivan shot back with a faint snarl. They would kill anything that moved for the sole purpose of tearing out their spines and turning them into bracelets. They killed for the sake of some fantasy of making the world a greater place or such nonsense. There is no difference between them and the band of murderers that followed around Alma. The dragon rolled her eyes. Save for the fact that one of these cults had a patron god and the other had a founder. You think that changed anything important? Folding his arms, Sullivan shook his head. Alma still claimed tribute from the mound makers through their very actions. In service to him or not, he still benefited. Yeah, but by coincidence, not by design. Akal fired back, pressing her finger into the table a little harder. Give these people their due credit. Especially Emil. Everything I ever heard about him from all the visitors told me that he was absolutely crazy. I'll not have him play second fiddle in his own story to someone else who just showed up for the work. Sullivan dropped his head low, bringing up his arms and then rubbing his hands flat against his brows. A low growl escaped him for a moment. Then he dropped his arms down onto the table. Fine. Create a second entry for the mound makers and explain, in detail, that half their order was made up of remnants of the blood cult who had managed to survive the actions of the Blue Sentinels. Much better. Came the grin from the dragon, soon followed by a low hum. For someone so detail-oriented, I'm a little shocked you would try and just smash those two together like that. Whatever happened to accurate reading? Sullivan twitched. Any fool could tell at a glance that the mound makers became bolder after the inclusion of the Way of Blood remnants. The old cult died and found new life within the ranks of the mound makers. Whether they hated the gods or not, their purpose in mindless slaughter and aimless brutality did not change in the least. A dismissive wave of the hand. What is the phrase? A fresh coat of paint splattered atop an old house. Sarajara wanted to point out that they needed this document to be as accurate as possible, which meant that even if the differences between the two cults were minor, they still needed to note them down as separate entities. Though she would admit to the point of Sullivan that the way he made them sound, there was very little difference between the two of them. Purely that one was founded by a man and the other was founded by a god. Yeah, but the mound makers had access to pyromancies that held the strength similar to miracles. She blinked. Then her eyes turned to the dragon for a moment, then she registered Sullivan stiffening a bit and raising his head. It indicated that he had known. How does a dragon secluded at the very summit of the world somehow have access to that sort of information? Akal replied with a shameless grin. I hear a lot of things. You tend to have nothing else to do but listen when you are trying to sleep. Clearing her throat lightly, she looked down at her own papers and sorted through them for a moment. Flipping through the list of covenants that they had already covered. The largest ones first and foremost had been dealt with, which left the smaller ones. But there was one other. What of the Way of Blue and Blue Sentinels? Neither Sullivan nor Akal said anything. Rather, the words came from the other person in the room. All originate from the Blades of the Dark Moon, though the lack of appearance from Lord Gwyndolin over the many long cycles that he lived caused divisions within the Covenant. Differences of opinions and those vying for power took advantage of it all. She glanced at the speaker. Sanora stood with her hand clenched tightly around the shaft of her spear. I served under the Blue Sentinels when they still answered to Lord Kella. We formed under his name and swore ourselves to the service of Haida and the people of the kingdom. I was a high member of the group but remained behind after the fall of the city. By my last hearing before all rumors vanished, they settled down in the kingdom of Volgan, but the Sentinels continued their work throughout the lands. A silent chuckle from Sullivan made her wince. An amusing manner of saying they became mercenaries. The servant drawled out, voice tinged with mocking. Those in service to the Way of Blue announced themselves as those who wished for help in times of need, and those who swore to the Blue Sentinels would be the ones who provided the need, but make no mistakes, the Sentinels dispatched justice whether they were summoned or not. Sanora visibly bristled and turned her head to the back of Sullivan. Thoughts that it had been slander quickly vanished when she caught Akal nodding her head up and down. Volgan, you say? Yeah, I heard they were pretty much thugs around there. Demanding tribute from people. The Blue Sentinels were not common gangsters. Sanora hissed out towards them, her hands clenched into fists. They were without leadership of a wiser force and fell to the temptations that normally befit the common man. Sullivan cut the lancer short with those words, not even turning his head to look at her as he scribbled something down onto the paper in front of him. The Way of Blue was popular with the undead who frequented the contested lands, out of fear of being ambushed by dark spirits. Lines up with what I heard. Akal agreed, then Sarajara watched the dragon turn their eyes on her. Both came from the Blades of the Dark Moon which were smaller. Sullivan was silent, no doubt from the pointed stares aimed at him. The caster exhaled. As captain of the Blades of the Dark Moon, my position was never officially revoked. It would have fallen to me to command them. A small group and loyal to the idea of Gwyndolin, though when Flann abandoned Anor Londo with Guinevere, they took the idea with them and expanded upon it. Giving rise to the Way of Blue and the Sentinels. A faith which grew to rival the Way of White. The faith of Allfather Lloyd, who had been encountered in a small run on Fuyuki and subsequently killed during a skirmish between Fujimaru and others. Apparently he had been an unpleasant character. By the time of my rise, the Blades of the Dark Moon served as the elite force within the Way of Blue. Above even the Blue Sentinels themselves. Considered the greatest and most pious warriors that the gods themselves could command to take to any field they deemed fit. Sanora visibly shifted, the low groan of metal echoed through the room as the woman tightened her grip on her spear further. Though the lack of their patron god seemed to wane on that loyalty quite a bit. Sullivan declared with a wave of a hand, the hint of mocking in his voice indicated that he knew exactly what he was doing and the effect it had. Evidently secluding oneself away does not inspire much loyalty within the ranks. I can only assume that Great Father Kella took to the city a touch more often than Gwyndolin. Then again, the Great Father would always have been doubtless more wiser and... What about the Sunlight Covenant? Akal's words silenced the room. We haven't got anything on that, have we? That was a good point. And they had the patron god of said covenant in Chaldea right now, Any questions regarding the nature of the covenant could doubtless be answered by the writer's servant, if he was in the mood to answer them. Sullivan shifted. No one has anything worth telling on the warriors of sunlight. Though it is a testament to their order that they endured through the many cycles that passed over the world, I can admit as much, they are clearly a hard group to stomp out. Even with the Way of Blue taking up a similar role with transport between worlds. Sarajara frowned to herself as she considered the words, thinking more of them. They had next to nothing on the firstborn of Gwyn, nothing more than scraps they had been thrown here and there, small conversations through word of mouth. That and that alone was their entry into a figure that was as formally important as the war god. All of which because his name had been stripped from history along with all his deeds. At least, for a time. Though it did aid the covenant that Forasa became a powerful kingdom for a time. At least until it descended into a hive of banditry and general thuggery. The people of Forasa becoming a scourge on the world as they sought to prove their strength of arm by fighting anything that moved. A dry snort from the caster as he turned back to his papers. Because apparently the war god never learned the first thing of ruling, even those with some semblance of sanity abandoned the kingdom the first chance they got. Not that Ermengild, the Sword of the Dawn, was a sensible one either, or a merciful king, but he was a fair king, if nothing else. Sanora clicked her tongue. A poor endorsement for a ruler. That you believe as much as why you are fit to be a guard dog and nothing else. Sullivan replied without missing a beat, not even turning to face the Lancer. Perhaps if you spent less time barking as such, you might learn a thing or two. Given that Ermengild is the only reason that the demons of chaos didn't run rampant. It was clear to her that Sanora was seething under her helm, but the woman remained silent and adjusted herself ever so slightly. Stepping back while making it clear she was still glaring at the back of the head of Sullivan. Sarajara would have preferred to start from the very beginning. Making note of all the covenants did very little beyond save time for when the explanations began. No, if this book was to have any sense of reason to it, she would need to go to the very beginning. Which meant going to those who had been there since the very beginning. Standing up, she slid her chair backwards and gathered up her writing materials before clutching them close to her chest, looking across the room and seeing that her movements had only really earned the attention of Akal and Sanora. The final member of the room remained with his writings, still jotting down something that would probably need to be revised. Because Sullivan was a very biased account of things. Going somewhere? Akal questioned. The dragon woman raised a brow. Sarajara rolled her jaw before replying in a quiet tone. I need to make a start on the history of the world, it only makes sense that I go to someone who was there. She moved around the desk, the dragon giving only a light hum of acknowledgement, and made it as far as the door of the room before another voice spoke out. If I might ask a favor. She paused, then turned. Sanora stood with her head facing her. I would not be one to shirk from responsibility, but in light of such news, I would ask that I be allowed to accompany you on this mission. It would be of great personal interest to me, if you were to speak with those who were there at the great dragon hunts, that is. Sarajara purposefully looked at Sullivan. I can watch this guy. Akal chimed in, swinging a hand towards the caster in question. Besides, someone needs to proofread everything he is writing. Not like he can overpower me if he decides to take an issue with it. Akal followed it up with an unashamed grin. Sullivan merely stopped writing for a short moment to raise his head, once more showing an impressive, and disturbing, ability to glare without the visible appearance of eyes or even a face for that matter. Quite frankly, the sooner she was out of the room and away from the caster, the better it would be for all of them. Sarajara wasn't even comfortable in leaving them all in the room unattended either, but it wasn't like she could just throw them out. Did she really think they would listen to her? Absolutely not. With a faint nod, she made for the door and passed through it with the footfalls of the Lancer following on behind her. She wasn't sure what the servant would be expecting, but she rarely found documenting to be a source of entertainment. It was something that needed to be done and little more. Finding the war god was, surprisingly easy. The problem was actually where the war god had been. She stopped outside the door and stared at the entrance to it, rolling her lips inwards in an effort to fight off the sudden wave of unease that she felt build up within her. Shuffling left and right on her feet. It was hardly as though there was a rush for this sort of thing, right? Perhaps waiting a couple of minutes would be best for. The door opened up, a man with long blonde hair stepped forwards and then paused as he caught sight of her. Oh. His brows shot up, then a cordial smile came across his lips, bringing his arms up and folding them over his chest. Her eyes were immediately drawn to his silver limb, purely for the sheer power it radiated, before they darted back to his face. Noting the way he was seemingly studying her. Sarajara, yes, I was hoping that I would eventually get the chance to meet you. She froze. You were. The man, she already knew who this was by reputation, nodded his head and smiled a little wider. I've been making an effort to visit all those who work in Chaldea. Best to get to know the sorts of people I'll be fighting with, even if not on the battlefield. Though we kept missing one another, I did not wish to disturb you when you were working. I see. Nuada unfolded his arms. That and I suppose Francis has been quite open about singing your praises. You found yourself a good friend with that one, half the reason I was so excited to meet you, I suppose. Her mind blanked. You spoke with Franix about me. I did. Nuada spoke again, confirming her worst fears. Quite a while as well. Though there were a few other topics as well, in case you were afraid we would spend an entire evening discussing you and you alone. That would be quite intimidating, but you'll doubtless be pleased to hear that he told me none of the embarrassing stories that probably exist between the two of you. There was something about his smile and the way she spoke. It was a deeply unsettling sense of embarrassment. He hadn't even said anything worrying, it was just the general aura about him. In Esser Sanora, I'm pleased to see you in good health. Nuada shifted, his expression turning a bit more uncomfortable. About that nasty business before. There is no need for an apology, Lord Nuada. Sanora interrupted with a light bow. We were both tasked by our lords at the time, there was nothing else to be done when our duties conflicted. Rather, I am grateful for the chance to serve alongside those of Chaldea. Nuada relaxed a little. Then I will make no further apologies for it, out of fear of insulting you. I will say that you fought well. Not as well as yourself. I'd hardly be one to boast about it. Nuada chuckled. And my grandson would be better than I, if you should ever meet him, you'd see what I mean, but I'll be on my way before I start talking about that sort of thing. Else you'll never get what you came here for. Nuada stepped out of the way and took a few steps forwards, then paused when he came up beside her. She froze when he leaned down, then dropped his voice into a low whisper. I meant what I said before. You've found yourself a good friend, make sure you treasure him justly. They are hard to find, and often all too easy to lose, and for those of us with perfect memories, it makes their loss all the more painful. He stepped away and started to walk off before she could even get a word out, turning her head towards his retreating figure and watching it for a moment. Her arms clenched at her books and pens a bit tighter before a breath left her lips, turning back around and stepping into the room. Of all the places built in Chaldea, the bar was perhaps the most unusual one that had been constructed. Though it was less a bar and more of a lounge, at the very least it wasn't like some cornerstone pub, or how she imagined they would look. Francis spent enough time complaining about them. She tried her best not to look towards the countertop, but ultimately failed when she heard the familiar hum of surprise. Messy dark hair and black-rimmed glasses, the man behind the counter passed as he adjusted the bottles, looking towards her as though he had seen some sort of apparition. Despite herself, she felt her cheeks heat up a little at the rather baffled look he was throwing her way, almost as if his jaw was about to drop off his face and clatter to the ground in the next couple of seconds. Her brows furrowed as she stared at the man, puffing air out of her nose and marching forwards. Stop looking at me like that. Sarajara muttered just loud enough for him to hear. I'm not that shocking to see. Francis blinked twice before his glasses, his surprise slowly faded away but was still present upon his face. Well, I can't exactly remember the last time you came about here, but you're better at remembering than me, so when was the last time you came here? She flushed and looked away. Don't say something like that. We both know I've never come here. I know. Francis admitted with a nod of the head. I've never stopped around the archives either, so what has earned this momentous visit? He looked stupid with that grin on his face. Taking in a breath, she exhaled and leveled him with a flat look. Don't get too ahead of yourself. I'm here for work at the moment. At the moment, he muttered with a small chortle. Sarajara glowered at him for that comment. This was awkward enough without him making those sorts of remarks. Speaking of which, her eyes narrowed as the words of Nuada came back to her. Not the fact she and Francis were friends, but the fact that Francis had apparently been spending his time gossiping about her. What are you doing going around talking about me to others? Francis raised a brow, then shrugged. We got to talking and he asked about my friends. You were the first that popped to mind, what else is there to say? Mind you, he also spoke to me about the ins and outs of fishing as well. Her brows furrowed. You don't fish. I do not. Her expression turned pinched at the rather simple reply from the man, which was soon followed by a light chuckle and then a shrug. But he liked to talk about it, so I didn't see the issue in letting him speak, unless I'm not allowed to talk with anyone except you. In which case, I suppose I could live with that arrangement. Stop talking. She clicked her tongue at him and turned away. I don't own your conversations, just try not to give people the wrong impression. Francis raised a brow. I didn't. Sarajara blinked. Then she blinked again. Was this room always so warm or was it just her noticing it now or ah? There was the war god. Excuse me, I have work to do. She replied as stoically as she could manage, fighting back the temptation to wipe that little smirk of Francis' face as she turned about and marched towards the direction of the war god, only just noticing that he was also sat in one of the corner tables with a large jug of alcohol in front of him. She really hoped he wasn't drunk. That would make coming here pointless. She came to a stop at the edge of his table. He didn't seem to notice her in the least, instead still staring down at it for a couple of seconds. Moving her right hand up, she curled it into a fist and brought it in front of her mouth, coughing lightly and stepping forwards. Excuse me. HMPH. A grunt from the large figure, his head turned towards them and then he squinted down the end of his nose. Dull gold eyes flickered between the two of them for a few moments. They lingered longer on Sanora than they did on herself, but they did eventually return their gaze onto her and squint a bit harder. You're a scholar, aren't you? She was a bit surprised he could tell, but she was holding her books in her hands. Sarajara nodded her head up and down. Yes, I am. I am currently the records keeper at Chaldea and the director has charged me with documenting everything of note from the other world from beginning to end. Beginning to end, Farah made a small noise, then swung a large hand forwards and pointed at the book in her hand. You'll need more paper than that, so why come to me? She swallowed. Because you were there at the beginning. Faram said nothing, the arm dropped down onto the table with a thud, then snaked back towards the jug, his fingers wrapped around it, his eyes dropping a moment later. Oh, that beginning. His words were quiet. Havel would be just as good at asking as I, but he'd probably start ranting about Seath. Archon served under me, so he'd know as well. Leto was there. You're a bit spoilt for choice about who to ask. But you were an important figure. Not that important. Her lips rolled inwards. Important or not, I prefer to have all the information I can to make sure the book is as close to factual truth as possible. Which includes every single point of view. Faram's shoulders trembled for a moment, but it was not from anger or anything close to frustration. Rather, it was an empty noise that escaped him as his eyes closed, sounding more like a hollow laugh. Is that what this is? A return to the annals of history. It's not worth returning me to those. Somehow managed to make it here, despite everyone's best efforts, even my own. Alright, so they weren't going to get anything out of him. This behavior is despicable. She blanched and shot a look over her shoulder towards Sanora as she stepped forwards. You are the god of war. Your achievements should take pride of place in your heart, even if none are around to recall them. Faram said nothing, merely glancing towards the Lancer for a split second then dropped his eyes back down to the booze. Sanora, apparently not considering who she was speaking to, went further. You insult the memories of those who fought under you, took orders from you, if you sit here and proclaim that you contributed nothing. I am certain that those who served with you would argue differently. Whether through treachery or triumph, you are a part of their story. I can see why Flan made you wear that armor. The war god snorted, rubbing his nose briefly and taking a long slurp of his drink. Very honorable one, aren't you? Sanora bristled. I am not one to sing the praises of traitors. But their treachery should be remembered for all to take to heart, as proof of what should be warned against. If for no other reason than to have your example serve as a lesson for those who come after, despite how preferable it would be to forget them. Yes, quite like him. Farum muttered, then closed his eyes and nodded his head down to the table. Serve as a warning, is it? All right then, listen close to the tale of the fool Farum and all the suffering he wrought as he tried to do what his heart told him to be right. It stank. The aftermath always stank. A stench so foul that it would make even his eyes water, the silver knights who usually stood stoic wretched as the odor flooded the field of battle. These were the ones he hated coming to, above all others, but he long since learned to strengthen his stomach to them. Even if they were the sort that he did not consider to be the right type. And where has he gone now? Lord Nito and his forces have headed eastward to reinforce his grace, my lord. He raised a brow to the messenger but said nothing. And Lady Isolith. The knight paused before slowly shaking his head. There has been no further word, my lord. General Havel is gathering up 2,000 swords to ride west to find signs of them. Fires have stretched to the heavens for nearly a month. General Anna has promised 10,000 of her own forces to reinforce them. Farum paused at the news. Her siege of the neck is coming to a close then. Reports are that she has reduced their number to 10. He rolled his jaw as he internalized the news. Ride back to General Anna. Tell her to dispatch 4,000 for Havel and keep the remaining number to take the neck. Yes, Lord Farum. The messenger bowed his head, then turned and marched back down the hill. His gaze lingered on them for only a second, then turned about and marched into his tent, flanked by his own commanders. General Anna has 30,000 under her command, surely 20,000 can. Even with 30,000 I would not place much faith in the pygmy forces to root out 10 dragons. Farum replied as he moved about the table, glaring down at the map and adjusting the pieces. The neck has been their strongest foothold in our territory for nearly a century now. If Quelaag could not root them out with her firestorms, then the pygmies will not either, but it stops those 10 dragons fleeing. I'd rather know where they are. 10 dragons. If he could spare the men, he'd have sent at least a company of silver knights to reinforce the general, if only so they could have the strength of miracles to support them. However, he could not spare them. Because he had other prey to hunt and with luck, this could be done swiftly. What of General Havel? His eyes flickered to the speaker. If he rides north and finds Lady Isolith in danger then the difference of pygmies will make little difference save for how many graves are to be filled. He cut that down with a shake of the head. I'm in no mood to throw forces around as if they were dust into the winds. If Isolith needs aid, then Havel will be more than sufficient for that purpose. In the meantime, we have a front to press here. Lord Nito has gone east to His Grace the King. He's decimated the majority of their forces, but the dragons are still forming up here. He pointed his finger down to the map. The crumbling heights. Silence filled the tent. He did not blame them. It was something that they had been trying and failing to take since they arrived here some several centuries ago. The last time he made the push they had been rebuffed, a battle that had lasted a full week of non-stop fighting before they made progress either way. My lord, the knight at the other end of the table began in a slow and steady voice. If the reports of the scouts speak truly, then the heights are more than just a base of operations. We've had word from every front that some of the dragons have started to change. It's nonsense, grumbled another with a shake of the head. Excuses to save their own souls from their failures. It was not an excuse that pulverized Flan's legion. No, it was his own incompetence. Enough. Farum raised his hand, narrowing his eyes and sweeping them along the council. Rumors they remain, but something crippled Flan's legion and very nearly killed him. Whether it was because of his own actions or not, I will not hear his name slandered. Apologies, my lord. The gruff commander bowed his head. I meant no offense. And I have suffered no insult. Farum replied. But we are not Flan's legion and we will not blindly charge into a den of dragons. Now if the scouts are correct, there may be some aberrations nestled amongst the dragons but our orders remain the same. With the heights gone, we can finally free up some troops to aid in the southern campaigns. He closed his eyes. I'll hear battle plans in the morrow. For now, get some rest and eat your fill, we'll need all the strength we can muster in the days to come. My lord. His eyes turned to the tent at the sudden, rather desperate, shout that echoed about them, straightening himself up and narrowing his gaze. The tent flap swung open a moment later, the chastisement he prepared vanished the moment he caught sight of the state of the night. Namely the fact that half their armor was scorched black and warped, their right arm hung limply at their side and their breaths came out in heavy pants. Despite that, the knight made an effort to stand at attention. My lord, the scouts, they. Farum clenched his jaw. I'd sent 500 of the finest we had to scout the perimeter near the heights. Sarajara said nothing as the god continued speaking. He paused just long enough to take another drink before he resumed speaking. Anything less couldn't cover the length of it. He paused, then exhaled. The crumbling heights, a finer name did not exist. A collection of fallen arch trees one atop another into a mass like that of a tent. Roots bound them and kept them close, reaching high into the heavens with the summit lost beyond the clouds. A grunt, then he lowered his arm from having gestured up. It was a meat grinder. You'd throw 1,000 men in and be rewarded with 1,000 corpses. Day after day, year after year. The siege none wanted command of but had to be done. Apparently it had been going since the start of the war. The initial attack had made the very battlements that gave us such grief. Sarajara nodded her head as she wrote everything down, not that she truly needed to. Her memory was perfect enough that she would never forget this. You mentioned aberrations. Farum paused, then made a noise and pointed towards her. Yes, I did, they had been cropping up for a little over a century. One or two at first, scarce enough that word was hardly spread. They died the same way as the other dragons so we barely paid heed to the warnings, and then more started to appear. Changes could be random and chaotic. Their bodies were warped, mutations in skill made fighting them dangerous. More so than the regular dragons. Farum grunted and nodded. Aye, more so. Sanora shifted beside her. What were they like, the everlasting dragons? Big. Big. Very big. Are you mocking me? No, they were big. Farum waved a hand. That is what I can say about them. They were big and they were strange. You didn't notice at first but they were smart. You saw them preparing against tactics they had already learned, a change depending on if they fought gods or pygmies. The Battle of the Crescent Beach changed everything. It was decided no pygmy army would march without a full company of silver knights. He took another long drink. The pygmies couldn't use the miracles of the lords at first. So they just attacked the dragons with brute force and then they were able to eventually kill them. I'm not certain how, something linked to their weapons but that was all. Yet it could not come close to comparing to the power of the gods. It did not sound like a boast. More akin to a fact. Farum drummed his finger on the table. They fell upon the army of humans. Some 50,000 strong and with only 20 dragons they reduced it to a tenth of that. Routed them at the cost of only 6 of their own. That was it. You ask me what dragons were. They were big, in both might and in mind. The speed at which they learned, the armies to avoid and the armies to slaughter. He fell silent, shaking his head from side to side. The crumbling heights was when I truly started to respect them as adversaries. That must have been a strange thing to say, given the way Sanora shifted and leaned forwards, but their confusion was clear without even the need for words. But, yes, the scouts. I had sent them out the same as every other morning and they had not returned until past the usual time. I had lost 2/3 of their number. Faram's eyes scanned the inside of the tent, his towering form cast a long shadow. How many? A little under 200. Came the response from the healer, his eyes flickered over the rows upon rows of injured. The miracles would see them back up and on the front in a few hours, perhaps less, but that did not bring back the swords that he had lost. These were no small losses either. Every single one of these knights had taken part in the slaying of at least one dragon, some had been present for 2 or even 3. Where is the captain? The silence he got was telling. He very nearly cursed, instead he took in a sharp breath and marched forwards. Who is next in command? He's at the very bottom of the tent, my lord. He took the directions and started to walk, passing through the wounded and stopping to give them a once-over himself. Waving down attempts to stand at attention as he moved, it would have been foolish for them to do so and he had no desire to aggravate their wounds further. Eventually, he reached the rear of the tent, falling to a halt as he stared at the knight. Standing where his brothers and sisters lay, immediately shooting to attention the moment his eyes caught sight of Faram. My lord, the knight croaked, then gave a weak cough. Visibly fighting off the effort to not fall down to the ground, his face strained and his gaze weak. It was clear that whatever strength he still had was being used to stand up even now. Faram watched him for a moment, then gave a silent assent for them to stand at ease. Report in your own words what happened. The knight swallowed, then nodded his head. Captain carried out patrol as with every other day, 3rd squad failed to return. We found it unusual and then moved to discover what happened. A cough escaped the knight, he wavered on his feet. Faram stepped close and dropped his hand down, catching the knight before they could fall and bracing them with his hand. His other moved about to catch them from the other side, grimacing as he lowered them down to the ground and allowed them to sit. I won't have you give your report to the dirt. I have more interest in your words than in your posture. Speak as you are able. With a shuddering breath, the knight nodded once more and managed a weak cough. Good. Faram grunted, then released them. Continue. 3rd squad, we smelled them before we found them. The knight remarked, eyes going distant once more. The fires still burned. Bright yellow, armor melted together, it had been quick, none of them had their swords at the ready, they were bunched together, molten, fused. Faram kept his face still, but the picture sounded grim. What happened next? The knight rolled his lips inwards and looked down. Captain signaled a retreat, then rocks dropped on our heads. Great boulders formed a wall around us and stopped an immediate retreat. Then there was this screeching. Faram furrowed his brows. The captain just froze, the knight muttered. Stopped moving and then was pulled into the air. By his grace, I swear it was as if some unseen hand had him gripped and yanked him up. He started screaming, same as his armor, bent out of shape and then he was just slammed into the ground like an arrow. Died then and there. That sounded unusual. No, it went beyond unusual. It was dangerous, akin to some form of, no, he had heard nothing of this. An invisible force. Was it a dragon that could become one with the wind? Heard it then. The great roar and then the clouds above turned bright yellow. Dragon came down, fast and low and just breathed, fires came from its mouth. Those hot yellow flames and just turned the boulders to rivers of flame. Kept us trapped, made another pass and did the same on the other side. Faram remained silent as the story went on. Trapped us all, no one could see it before it was upon us and by then it was too late. 1st squad tried to make formation, came for them before they could knock their arrows. Just swept over them and then dust. How did you escape? The knight swallowed, refusing to meet his gaze. I shouted, didn't think anyone would hear me. But by the gods, did I yell. Told the 4th squad to charge for the tree. Not for cover, we knew they wouldn't make it but, that dragon took the bait. Turned about and chased them down. I took everyone else, and I ran, we all ran, we ran far and fast as we could. Faram took in a breath, then slowly rose to his feet. 4th squad is lost to us then. 50 swords, 50 of the finest swords, he rolled his jaw from side to side. An aberration like you described is a pressing danger to us all. You did well to get this news to me and to get these men out alive. He pointed down at the night. 4th Squad did their duty. Their brothers and sisters live because they followed your orders. I will neither commend nor condone them. You did what was needed to get them out, nothing more. The Silver Knight shuddered. What is your given name? Ornstein, my lord. Farum nodded his head. Ornstein then. Soon as you are healed, you will assume command of the scouts. They are in need of that leadership and the mantle suits you well enough. We shall march on the tree come the first light tomorrow, and when we do, you shall be the one to fight by my side. For the sake of those who perished under the flames of this beast, this I swear. Ornstein looked up at him, then slowly nodded his head. By your orders, my lord. You have my condolences. He brought his hand up. Remember their names. All of them. It is from their strong souls that you and yours draw breath even now. He turned and marched from the tent without another word. Ornstein, was it? HMPH. Time would tell if anything would come of them. This is. Sanora was on her feet, helm facing Farum with a clear level of shock in her posture. Farum chuckled. The very first time I met with Ornstein. Already a confirmed dragon slayer by the time I met with him, and, at the time, I had thought he would perish in the next battle. I had seen it before many a time in the eyes of those fresh from slaughter, their gaze weakened, their limbs weary. The good nature slowly faded. His actions that day saved the lives of the scouting regiment, but at the cost of 50 of his own brothers and sisters. He knew that, and I would not congratulate him on the sacrifice. It is not something one needs to be told. Only the truth. Sarajara cleared her throat. And the aberration. It became a clear and present threat. Farum remarked with a roll of his jaw, alcohol long forgotten. I assembled the council and told them what I had been informed of. As expected, there were some calls for reinforcements. Though the nearest forces to us were still months away, and I had no way of knowing if the dragons would get their own forces. A sigh left him, he reached up and rubbed his forehead. It was a long and drawn-out debate. I brought in Ornstein to give his testimony. He spoke passionately, and as the new captain of the scouts he was listened to well enough. He'd cleaned up too. A strong gaze in his eyes, I was rather impressed with him. He sought vengeance. Revenge. Farum scoffed dismissively. No. Ornstein was never one for revenge, not even then. The aberration had to die because it was dangerous. Because it had proven itself smart, exceedingly so. An aberration with that level of power and that level of intellect. Some were quick to dismiss his claims, but whether it was chaos that caused his words or observation, the fact remained the same. His eyes settled on the distance. The siege was to take place. Sanora stepped forwards, her helmet now removed and her features exposed to the world. Red hair hanging low and freckled face set in a clearly intrigued look. Wetting her lips as she looked to the war god. Did Esser Ornstein ride with you? Farum shook his head. Not in the opening battle. I served as the vanguard and the scouts needed rest. I was not prepared to throw the tired and wounded into battle once more, thus we came the next day. 10,000 strong and marched on the tree, 50 dragons swarmed over our heads and perhaps half that still inside. His hand moved up, pulling his scarf further down his face and exposing a chiseled jawline. What happened next? Sarajara blinked, then slowly turned her head towards the speaker. Francis stood near them, leaning back against the wall and with a clear interest in his face. He met her eyes and then shrugged his shoulders. What? I'm getting invested in this now, and this, Esser Ornstein, sounds as though he was fairly important. Fairly important. Sanora let out an incredulous huff as her voice cracked, shooting a baffled look towards Francis before waving her hand about. Esser Ornstein was captain of the Knights of Gwyn. It is he who formed the basis for what all dragon slayers aspired to. Bringing up her hand, she thudded her fist against her breastplate with a metallic thud. It is his armor that mine was made in honor of. As with my spear, though I cannot claim to be his equal. Farum grunted. And I'm sure the Ornstein who I last saw would have killed the dragon with his own 2 hands rather than fled with his men. Not a single warrior has ever started as a great peer. Well, some have the talent for it, but that alone is not enough in battle. His eyes closed. But Esser Ornstein, or Captain Ornstein as he was by that point. He followed on in our wake. So naturally, it took him little time to actually reach us when we laid siege to the heights. He brought up his arm, rock splashed over his body and cratered in the ground around him. Farum growled and swung his arm back, light pulled within his grasp and roared. With a bellowing cry, he swung his arm forth and hurled the bolt into the air. Tracking it with his eyes as it slammed home, the sunlight tore into the wing of the dragon and pulled it clean from the body. A shrill cry echoed through the air, the titanic beast bellowed as it swung wildly with the 3 remaining wings in an effort to catch itself. But too little and too late, Farum pointed to the sky a moment later and the fate of the dragon was sealed with that silent command. The knights who stood by him followed as one, swinging their arms forth and unleashing bolt after bolt into the air. The barrage landed one after another into the dragon, stone scales peeled from its body, falling to the ground as another pained yell tore itself free of the beast, dropping towards the ground with a mighty crash. Shuddering earth and dust was all that surrounded him. Knights fell upon the downed beast and swung into the gaps, hacking and slashing at the flesh beneath, and even then, the dragon proved more than a match for his own troops. A sweeping tail sent dozens into the sky and crashed down around him. Farum turned and marched, dropping down the small incline as his eyes focused on the 2 dragons near the mouth of the tree entrance. His left hand exploded with power once more. A breath climbed into his lungs as he took a step forwards, then swung the javelin and launched the next spear. It collided with the neck of the first dragon. The explosion blew a chunk from the throat of the beast, staggering it backwards into the trunk of the tree and thudding against it. The other dragon paused for only a moment, turning its head to see the state of its fellow and appearing alarmed with what had happened. Then it cried out with fury, redoubling its efforts as it charged forwards, swinging claw and tooth into the line of troops. Farum strode forwards, running his hand along the length of his blade and dragging the strength of miracles behind it. The blade of the sword spear glowed brighter and brighter until it rivaled the very sun itself. He stomped forwards, then thrust. The light charged and within the blink of an eye, it struck home against the chest of the dragon and threw it backwards. Falling head over tail and into a chaotic roll, rubble thrown from the new wound on its chest, the smoldering black crater on the chest exposed to the world as a whimper escaped it. A grunt escaped him as he leapt through the air, throwing himself forwards and spear coiled back. The dragon's eyes widened as it caught sight of him. Too late to move, his spear plunged deep into the body and twisted. A hacked gargle escaped the dragon before light peeled through the gaps in the stone scales. A shudder passed through his spear into his arm. Then he gave a final jolt. An explosion washed over him, though he remained unmoved by the shockwave. He merely turned away as stone rubble landed down around him from the remains of the dragon. His arm came up, he waved above his head. To the front. The cry echoed across the battlefield. With me. He turned and marched into the hole. He caught sight of something in the dark, a single glowing point with a dot in the center. A topaz light which held a shape similar to that of an eye. The air screeched as the eye burned a brilliant light. He felt his body seize up as an unseen force gripped him. A tremble passed through him as he slowly turned his body, pulling his arm back and fighting his way through the pain the entire time. It felt as though he would be ripped in half any second. Something passed by him and slammed into the light. He felt the whoosh and saw the eye snap shut as something struck it. Though it did not penetrate, he heard the hiss of pain from whatever lay beyond the shadows as the light perished and the eye snapped shut. Though it lasted for only a moment. The shadow charged forth, showing itself to be a dragon with a noticeable difference. Though he only had a second to notice the strange jewel-like shape on its forehead before it slammed into him like a battering ram. The air thrown from his body as he was carried backwards with the charging beast into the wall, it gave way and sent him ragdolling through the air and onto the ground. He turned as he fell, his left hand swung up and smashed into the jaw of the dragon. A sound of shattering stone rang out as its head snapped to the side, rolling onto its right and then scrambling away. He noticed something round clutched under its arms, perhaps half a dozen small objects and nothing more. It glared at him before turning away, hastily flapping its wings and carrying itself into the air with trails of spears following after it. Farum let out a breath and growled. Then turned his head. A knight stood near him, bereft of a weapon and breathing heavily. His eyes narrowed a bit. Ornstein. The knight nodded his head. Are you well, my lord? Is well to be expected. He replied with a nod of the head. Your spear throw. It was a good one. Ornstein shook his head. Luck, my lord. I had never thrown a spear before. Farum snorted and marched past him. Then train yourself to get lucky every time. You seem to have a talent for that. Yes, my lord. Farum fell silent. We won. The dragons retreated not long after the aberration. Word of it came in from other fronts. Spotted here and there and causing just as much damage. Though I never saw it again. His eyes lowered. The crumbling heights, it was a nest. Protecting dragon eggs, hundreds of them. The god fell silent. I sent word back to my father in regards to what would be done, and I got word back just as quickly. He moved his hand up and rubbed his brow. Kill them all, he said, and I obeyed. The nest was put to the sword and we moved on. The god reached for the mug, then stopped and drew his arm back. That aberration fought as tooth and claw to protect its next generation. Fled with eggs cradled under its arm and then, he paused, rolling his lips inwards. They were fighting for their own. I looked at them differently after that. His fingers and thumb rubbed together. Saw them fighting for reason as purpose. No longer as mad animals but as fellow warriors, they earned my respect for that battle. They fought us for so long because they had something worth protecting, and they only fled when left with no other choice. Sarajevo remained silent, scribbling down the last of her notes and then glancing back to the god. He sniffed once and then stood up. I put 100 more nests to the sword after that, and I'm glad no one remembers it. My part in that. Stepping around the table he made for the door. But I can't forget it. Can't let it be forgotten either. He stopped, then looked down at her. You wish to include me in the annals once more. Very well, meet with me as many times as you need. I'll tell you all there is. Of the Silver Legions, of the war, and of the family, all of it. Farum made for the door without a second word. As silently as could be expected of the tall god, he slipped out of the room and into the hallway. Sarajevo watched him go, then turned her head back to the spot where he had been sat. She got the feeling that this endeavor was going to be more emotionally charged than she first anticipated. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Valentine's. Mash had known that it was coming, but it had been a bit of a surprise to see that others had taken similar interest in it as well. Actually, that would have depended on the individual in question. Because when the day of romance was quickly falling upon them, there were a few servants that she was decidedly more wary of than others. Not least of which was a certain berserker who was a bit close to Senpei on the best of days. During the time when love was considered to be at its height, this coming day would doubtless be when she attempted something big. As for her own thoughts regarding that, Mash found herself struggling to concentrate on anything but, not simply because of Kiyohime but also because of Senpei himself. Valentine's Day was supposed to be a day where you appreciated the people close to you. Already she heard whispers and mutterings from conversations she had been privy to. Or had accidentally walked in on, it would have been impossible not to hear Astolfo loudly boast about his plans to make chocolate bunnies which hopped around Chaldea. It had been an amusing declaration, but that had been only the tip of the iceberg. Mash had noticed the number of servants who had been frequenting the kitchens as well as the dwindling supplies of dairy that would likely force them onto a supply run before long. No, this was not just about all of that. Her mind focused on Valentine's Day itself. There was a certain desire within her to do something for it, to present Senpei with some small token of appreciation just so he could understand how much she was grateful for his help. Not to mention the desire to present something to Dr. Romani and Da Vinci as well, they had also provided her with a lot of help over the years. Giving something to Senpei and not giving something to Romani felt wrong to her. But all she was left with was the simple realization that there wasn't much she could do. She had been learning to bake and her efforts were slowly paying off, in no small part thanks to the efforts of Guinevere, but it was still going to take some time for her to actually reach a point where she could make something good, or good enough that she could say it was able to accurately convey her feelings. It was a faint exhaustion and hint of nervousness that crept through her body, a feeling of unease as the day loomed closer and closer to her. While everyone else was running around and getting ready to celebrate, she would be left behind because she wasn't sure how she was going to manage. No, she wanted to do something for Valentine's Day. But it was so close and she didn't think she would be able to manage it in time. Given that it was less than a week away from her, there was no doubt that if she was to make something truly fitting for Senpei, she would need to spend every single free hour she had in the kitchens and learning under the other chefs in order to get good enough to make what she envisioned. Except she couldn't envision anything. When she tried to picture the perfect chocolate, she found herself gazing at nothing. Her lips rolled inwards and her eyes lowered themselves. Was it so far beyond her ability to make a Valentine's Day chocolate that she failed to even imagine something? What did that say about her? Mash Senpei. A jolt, her eyes snapped up at the light voice which flowed over her ears like a warm breeze. It slowly brought a smile to her lips as the tall form of Guinevere strode towards her, wearing a gentle smile as always, golden eyes flickering left and right as the smile turned a bit softer. Once close enough, the goddess lowered herself onto the table just opposite Mash. "Good morning, Guinevere-san. And a wonderful morning to you as well, Mash." Guinevere replied warmly, though a moment later, the woman raised a delicate brow, eyes shone with intrigue and a touch of worry within them. "Or do I speak prematurely? There seems to be a phantom weight upon your shoulders, Mash, and I know it would not relate to your strength of arm." Guinevere always seemed to know when something was amiss with her, even when she tried to hide it. Mash felt her smile fall a little, her eyes moved from the goddess and to the table once more. Her arms that lay flat upon the surface moved together and her fingers pressed against one another. A little bit. With a light hum, the woman nodded her head up and down as though she had been expecting that answer. "Though it might be difficult to believe, my knowledge extends beyond the ability of war. Come then, share your concerns so that I might provide you with some respite. I believe my counsel to be quite good." There was a brief flicker of hesitation before she let the words spill out of her. "There is a holiday coming up and I'm a bit lost." "A holiday?" Another raised brow, the goddess brought a single finger up and raised it delicately upon her chin, angling her head to the side and squinting her gaze in thought, then her eyes widened. I believe there has been talk of some manner of celebrated day. One of appreciation, I believe. This, Day of Valentine's. If Guinevere had already heard about it, then that made things simple enough for Mash. "Yes," she replied supporting her words with a nod of the head. "It's a day where people celebrate their bonds with one another and give tokens of appreciation, normally in the form of chocolates, but there are also some other presents people give to those they have closer relations with." Mirth danced through the face of Guinevere, her lip pulled up into a more coy smile. "Is that so? I can see how this would be an appreciated day. I crafted similar ones. The turning of the spring season was celebrated, as was the first days of summer. When one could spread joy as the warm sun embraced them. She was certain that there were holidays like that as well. Yes." Her lips felt dry, a small flick of her tongue wet them again as she found the urge to continue speaking. "But I want to be able to do something for Valentine's Day for Senpei, but it's fast approaching and I don't think that I would be good enough for something like that." Guinevere frowned at her for the first time, but it was not a frown of disapproval, but rather one of puzzlement. "Whatever would you say something like that for? A day of appreciation is something where the thoughts are what matter most." So long as your feelings are earnestly conveyed, you could produce a painted stone to your friend and they should accept it for the effort you put in for them. Mash paused for a moment, then rolled her jaw. I don't want to give Senpei a painted rock, I want to give him something special. With a melodious laugh, Guinevere covered her mouth with the back of her hand. Dear me, I was not suggesting you raid the old gardens to find a suitable stone for decoration, it was an example, dear. Though I can understand your thoughts quite well, I can only assume this is the first time you have felt such a strong pull towards this day. I haven't celebrated it before. The laughter faded and the frown returned. You have never celebrated this day before and now display a vested interest. Perhaps your pull is stronger, or you had. No, I do not believe it is because you had no one you considered worth celebrating it over. Perhaps this change is brought about by a fresh understanding. Mash rolled her lips. Valentine's Day was not really celebrated in Chaldea, it passed just like any other day but I think it is because of the situation Her eyes lowered towards her hands, pulling them close and giving her fingers an idle examination. I want to at least try it, if there isn't another. A large hand fell upon her own, then gave them a gentle squeeze. It was the sudden nature of the action which made her stop speaking. Her eyes swung upwards and met the glowing golden ones of the goddess, leaning across the table with an expression like that of stone. Guinevere's gaze bore into her own for what felt like hours before the woman spoke with a voice as strong as steel but as silent as a whisper. Do not speak of such sad things, not when you have yet to experience so much in the world. The demand was rather clear, almost as though it was burying itself into her very being. Guinevere glanced down and then pulled her hand back off of Mash's. The goddess closed her eyes and let out a breath. That was forwards of me, but this is to be a day of joy you wish to partake in. Doing so should come as naturally to you as breathing does for everything else. If it is your wish to learn how to bring merriment to your fellows, then I can aid you as best I can. Opening her eyes, the woman gave a slow nod of the head. The first thing we must decide upon is what is to be done on this day. You claim it to be a celebration. Good. Tell me all you can of it and then we shall form a plan of attack. Wait, what was that? Mash jolted at the words and then blinked. Attack. That sounds. Of course. Guinevere continued on as if she hadn't said anything worrying. These days should be looked at with the same meticulous scrutiny as one would gaze on the plans before a battle. To never underestimate your foe or even the environment around you. To prepare for any chance of a surprise and react accordingly, to have plans at the ready if one should fail. She found she could not deny the words, but all the same it was a touch more aggressive than she had been prepared for. And for another matter, there is often more than one front opened on the battlefield. Words continued to spill forth from the mouth of the goddess, gesturing towards her with a low frown. This, I believe, is no exception. There are to be others you seek to show your appreciation towards, I can see no doubt in that. You wish to provide for those that you have lost the chance to do so in the past. The light-haired man who acts as a guardian for you, yes. The brunette with a rather beautiful face. Mash slowly nodded her head up and down, then furrowed her brows. How did? A knowing look. I have walked the world for more than a dozen generations and sired a dozen more. I have held court for 1,000 different kingdoms and have long looked into the faces of those who could be considered skilled liars and seen men and women wear their emotions upon their sleeves like a bear wears fur upon its hide. Guinevere leaned back into her chain, relaxing into the frame and raising a hand, sweeping it across the table and finally towards herself. Mash, you wear your emotions quite openly. There is a desire in your gaze once your mind stands firm, a determination to see the matter through, and I do not believe that Ritska alone would be enough to satiate that desire. You wish all those who have been with you to experience that kindness, but must relegate yourself to those you feel the greatest for. That was not wrong. Mash lowered her eyes and bobbed her head. It was a matter that now ailed her mind. There were many others that she would have hoped to provide for, and she did not doubt she could do so. Perhaps a small case of making cookies for the other staff members who remained, or aiding Sigward with something of the sort. Yes, that was something she wanted to do. Perhaps Quelaag as well. She could ask Da Vinci to try and make up a cloth for the rider that would not be set aflame. Then, as I said, we begin our plan of attack. Mash brought her eyes up. Guinevere leaned forwards, resting her elbows upon the table and tenting her hands together, golden eyes shone bright with focus. For when we enter the field of love, it cannot be denied that it is a war, and one that my brother has very little skill in, I must say. However, her eyes turned to the side and went hazy, as though her mind was looking to something else. Mash did not miss that it was the mention of her brother that brought about this change, a shift in something before the life returned to the orbs. The goddess looked back to her and the smile returned, banishing whatever unease had been present on the face of the woman. So then, perhaps we shall begin while we have time to prepare. With our combined strength, Mash Senpai, I do not doubt that this is a war we shall claim victory in. The victory. Of course, Mash found herself at odds with the title of the goddess before her. As she understood it, Farum was the god of war within their family. What happened here? It was hardly something Ritska expected, to be alone in his room only to receive a guest from a rather unexpected individual. I apologize if I disturb you. Not at all. He dismissed their worries before they could take root. A welcoming tone and a wave of the hand towards the inside of the room heralded the approach of the taller blonde. Ritska watched them pass with a raised brow, but kept his words inside of himself for the time being. Closing the door behind Ash and shifting his focus to greet him. You're always welcome to stop by whenever you want. I'll be sure to make the time for you. The only sign of his words registering was a faint hesitation before the man resumed his stride, stepping further into the chambers before holding his feet and lowering his gaze down. Arms raised and bent, hands falling upon his hips and a low grunt escaping from the Avenger. Ritska watched the sight in silence, waiting for Ash to speak first. He did not find himself waiting long. I am aware that there is an event occurring next week. There was a glimmer of understanding that sprung up within himself, a smile blossomed over his face at the words and his head bobbed up and down. Yep, Valentine's Day next week. I'm busy sorting out some of the stuff that I'm going to be handing out. I'll be working with Sigward to bake some cookies for everyone. I don't think servants have allergies, but I'll need to check. He noticed he had gotten lost in his musings, only when he glanced up and noted the Avenger sending him a blank gaze, one that showed only a flicker of unease within his verdant eyes. Ritska pulled his hand from his chin, his brows lowering themselves. Is there something the matter, Ash? If you're worried about undead being able to taste them, I was going to ask Sigward if he could mix some estus into the ones for the undead. That, Ash's words escaped his mouth like a hammer, a blunt tone to end the conversation before it wavered and trailed short. That is not what my concern is. Namely that I have. It was impossible to ignore the posture of the man. The tension in his shoulders and the cracks in the stony expression were signs that Ritska had seen before in many others. His lips rolled inwards and his eyes closed, folding his arms comfortably over his chest as a breath escaped him. When his eyes opened, he gazed at Ash in a new light. Right, yeah, I figure that you wouldn't have much experience with this sort of thing. Ash glanced to the side for a brief moment. There was no answer from them, but Ritska needed nothing. Is it? The man wet his lips, eyes returned to Ritska's own. I know of the holiday as I knew of the day of Santa. As I know of every other holiday from every other time, each one burned into my mind and weighed upon my tongue, ready to let slip, but when I think heavily on them, I find myself without thought. They mean nothing to me, despite my best interests. Ritska brought up a hand, waving it towards the man. In fairness, you've only really celebrated a couple holidays at the moment and, no, that's not really much of an excuse, I suppose. Though I'm a bit, did you really not like Christmas? He had tried to keep the hurt from his words, but he knew he had failed from the very moment he started speaking. It was not the first holiday Ash celebrated, but the actions of Artemis had soured the first. Even if it had ended well towards the end, there was little excuse for it. Even Christmas had apparently been marred with conflict, all while he and the others had celebrated. The lip of Ash twitched, a flash of something shot through his eyes before it vanished, then his head slowly shook from side to side. It had moments where I was more comfortable than others, I will not deny. Yet I gazed to the others and found myself unable to share in their loud laughs and wide smiles. It held little value, but I was content with seeing their relief. Content. The word made an ugly sound in Ritska's mind. Do you want Valentine's Day to be different, or are you here to ask me to excuse you from it? He silently begged for it not to be the case of the latter. I would ask your assistance. Ritska straightened himself quickly, his brows rose up and his arms fell to his side. It was a shock that jolted through, rendering him unable to form words for only a few moments, yet it did not last long. By the count of 4, Ritska knew he was wearing a wide smile on his lips. The urge to let out a shout was rather strong, but he held himself firm and did not unleash a bellow of cheer. He doubted Ash would appreciate that. You want me to help you with Valentine's Day? A nod of the head. I'll gladly help you. Ritska blurted out before the Avenger got the chance to change his mind or go to another for aid. This was something that he would let no one steal away from him. Selfish as though it might be, but he was not about to turn away someone he considered to be a friend at such a crucial time. Is there something you need help with specifically? Because if it's baking, I know a little bit, but Sigward is. Ash held up a hand, stopping him short and letting silence fill the room. He worried for a moment that he had let his emotions grab the better of him, but it was a concern that was ill-founded as the blonde took in a deep breath. Eyes closed for a short time before opening once more, focusing on him as the arm lowered itself. It is a time for appreciation to be shown and I would. Another shake of the head, his front turned from Ritska and he paced across the room, approaching the desk where his papers lay and resting his hands upon it, a gentle creak of metal either from the armor he wore or the desk protesting the weight upon it. I do not know how. Ritska softened his gaze, stepping towards Ash and recalling words spoken some time ago. He did not ask if they still held truth to them, but he would recall their nature. Your one and only friend, you never gave him anything, did you? Ill news of dead family. Ash replied with a toneless voice. Or lover. I knew not what Loretta was and I have not the desire to look for the answer. It is not my pain to bear and I shall not look through his memories like that. If he wished me to know, he would have told me. I will not share in his grief for a woman I did not know. He closed the distance with Ash, coming up by the side of the man and gazing at his expression. Reading his face was like reading a blank paper, there was nothing to be seen but perhaps that was proof enough. Not even the eyes held a hint of emotion within them. Merely coldness. I wish to use this day for what it is intended for. It was a sudden sentence. Ash turned upon speaking it and stepped away from the desk, looking down on him with an intensity flashing in his eyes. Ritska felt the emotions, the determination in the words. It was something that Ash wanted to do. But he did not know how to do it. I'll help you. Ash did not say it, but Ritska did not need to hear it either. The relief in the gaze of the blonde was more than enough for an answer for him. That being said, there was something that Ritska wished clarified, if only so it would be spoken aloud. He had suspicions for who Ash wished to present with a gift on Valentine's Day, but he would prefer to hear it right from the mouth of the individual, rather than make false assumptions and appear a fool later. This is for Nobunaga, isn't it? Ash rolled his lips and nodded his head. They are the closest I would consider to a friend. Though I am not certain I am comfortable with sharing the title with any beyond Greyrit, but I am, assuming that this shall provide me the answer I seek. Was that what he hoped it would do? Ritska nodded his head up and down at the words. It was something he had expected but was similarly caught by surprise by. It had long been his assumption that Ash and Nobunaga were already friends, but to see the glimmer of discomfort in the blonde as he spoke of the archer was a shock to him. Though he would not judge Ash for his indecision on the matter of friendship, it did not come easily to some, and when it was lost, there was no doubt it would be hard to be claimed. Greyrit had left a lasting impression on Ash, for better and for worse. All right then. Ritska let the thoughts go and focused now on what he was going to do. That being helping Ash with making a gift. So do you have an idea on what you want to give her, or were you struggling a bit with that? The blonde frowned, then he shifted his gaze away. Ritska picked up on the cue easily enough. I see. I suppose we'll have to start from the beginning, but that's alright. Even the smallest sort of gift is worth a lot but… Ash rolled his jaw, his words silent but strong. Giving her a trinket would be a disservice, I feel. It is not something that I understand. Giving her food would be a poor effort. My time in making such things has only rewarded me with failures. I can create bread but that is nothing special. So you want it to be special. .. It is supposed to be unique. Was the simple reply he received, though what alarmed Ritska was the cold, bordering on clinical, tone of voice that was used. As though Ash was merely fulfilling an obligation for it. The purpose of the holiday is appreciation, is it not? How would it convey such feelings if I gave her something that I could do on any other day? Ritska raised a brow. I could give cookies or cakes to someone on any other day and I wouldn't say that makes them any less special when it comes to doing the same on Valentine, but that's me. It was something he was coming to terms with. His approaches were a bit different to the regular sort. Or maybe his approach was the regular sort. No, that wasn't liable to be the case. Ash regarded him with silence. The stare was one without intent, but he found himself shrugging his shoulders all the same to the Avenger. Turning from them and pacing across his room, folding his arms behind his back and rolling his lips inwards. .. I think a good place to start would be to think about what you would want to get on a day like this. From the moment he spoke the words, Ritska could already feel as though he'd stuck his foot in his mouth. The phantom taste of shoe on his tongue was an unpleasant one, his expression sucked inwards and his eyes closed. As expected, he got the answer he thought he would have. I do not know. Ritska brought his arms back to the front, clapping them together and forming a point with them, spinning back to face Ash and gesturing to the blonde. All right, if you were to receive something from someone, what would be your chief concern with it? How useful it was in a fight. Okay, so, we'll go with useful. Ritska latched onto that aspect of it. The flicker of something informed him that Ash was giving him his full attention on the matter. So if you want to give something to Nobunaga, then it will have to be something she will get more than one use out of. Something that she uses time and time again, because that is what you would want, right? Ash silently nodded his head. So, setting aside the idea of something in a fight, you'd want it to be something she can use when she wants to relax or to have fun, yeah. Can you think of anything that she might be interested in? Thoughts danced over the face of the blonde. Ash raised his right hand and cupped his chin, pinching it between his thumb and forefinger for what amounted to a good minute. Eyes flickering left and right is the only means of determining what his thoughts were. For a moment, Ritska assumed that the man might have been looking through the memories to find something that Nobunaga liked. It was not a bad idea, all things considered. He let the minute pass without interruption, willing to let the man come to his own conclusions. ... She once told me that there was an option for me to learn a tea ceremony from her. Ritska brightened at that, smiling wider and gesturing for the man to speak further. I believe she enjoys them, and if combined with a practical use, perhaps, a tea set. The phrasing as a question made Ritska raise a brow. The Avenger turned on him with a glimmer of confusion, as though he was searching for some sort of validation onto his choice. But Ritska would not so easily give him that. He was not the one giving Nobunaga anything more than biscuits, same as everyone else. It sounded cold when phrased as such in his mind. Are you asking me or telling me? ... I believe she would get more use from a tea set. Ash declared, but just as quickly as he had made such a confident remark, the unease crept in once more and he lowered his eyes down. The hand dropped from his chin and back to his side. Though I do not know how to go about such a thing. I can barely make more than a loaf of bread, let alone making a tea set. Yes, that did present a slight problem. Though it was not one without a solution. Ritska nodded his head to the Avenger, parting his hands. You're quite right on that front, yeah. No offense to your progress, but baking bread is probably a bit different to making pottery. Especially since we'd actually need pottery, but he knew there was someone he could ask. That they could both ask. I know who to go to. He declared a moment later, jerking his head towards the door. And she'll probably make a little bit of time to teach you. Though I would warn you here and now that she is definitely going to be a taskmaster for it. She's probably like that. His fingers drummed on his upper arm, tapping quickly, long since turning into a rapid beat that echoed through the silence of the room. You're nervous about something. Calamate paused at the words, his tapping halted for a brief moment before it resumed once more. He let the sentence hang, but all the same he gave a grunt and a nod of the head. Not trusting himself to speak openly on the subject. Do you intend for me to guess what it is that troubles you? The words that followed were sharp, the demand was plain for all to see. Calamate turned his eyes to the speaker and kept them there, watching his dark sister as she looked back with pale yellow orbs. There was no doubt that she, like the version who rode the horse, could see through his words with but a mere glance, and neither of them had much patience. He held that in high regard. They got right to the point of the matter without delay. But on this subject he found himself ill at ease. There is a human custom that is fast approaching. Altoria raised a lone brow to him and said nothing, but disinterest was swiftly entering her vision as she gradually turned her head away from him and back towards the magazine that she held in her hands. Where one provides gifts to show appreciation. Valentine's Day. A slight twitch from the pale blonde, her head turned towards him once more with the book in her hand seemingly forgotten. Her posture straightened a touch. I see. I had not thought it was so close, but why are you so concerned with the passing of tribute between allies? Do not tell me that your mind is in turmoil for what you would grant to another. Whether her words were meant as a joke, he did not have an answer on his tongue. Instead he turned his eyes from her and looked towards the side of his room, staring upon the paint set without much in the way of speaking. Yet his senses told him of the gaze which was now planted on the side of his head, soon with a scoff echoing through his room and a slight noise of adjusting posture. Is this some manner of jape, dragon? The disbelief was palpable. You dance about the subject like a boy with his first love. Surely you cannot be so uncertain as to what you would provide for those you have value for, or is it that you have too many you have declared family and would not wish to leave any believing they are more valued than the other? That is, you are not wrong. He settled on saying, the gaze felt sharper than before. A burden of your own making, when you declared you would take all humans as your brothers. I do not believe any version of myself would have watched you walk down such a path without some manner of complaint. She was rather open with wanting me to act as more of a king, yes. Another scoff followed, then the sound of footsteps upon metal. He turned his head to see that Altoria had risen from her seat and turned herself to face him. Even through their difference of stature, it was as though she loomed over him, pale eyes pierced through his own with an intensity behind them. Then do as you wish and act as you see fit. That is, after all, how you responded to the last holiday celebrated here. Enter the kitchens and create some manner of delicacy to distribute. That, he wet his lips and looked down, the words held sense to them and yet they felt too little. I am informed that it is a special day. That those you are close with, those you have tighter bonds with, or the sort where you give them offerings that are of greater value, as a show of the closer sense of family you feel with them. Altoria nodded her head up and down. A day that is used for lovers as well, though unless I have missed something, you do not have one of those. Calamate furrowed his brows. I do not have a mate nor have I given the matter any thought, but there are those I have spent more time with. I think of all humans as my brothers and sisters but of their great number. It felt wrong to admit it, but there was no other way he could explain it. There are those that I hold more affection for. Such is the way of families. Came the blunt response from the pale blonde, shaking her head from side to side. Between my own flesh and blood sister and the man who served the role as brother from the family I was taken into, I do not doubt which I would consider myself my own true kin. Calamate gave but a single blink at the words, finding himself sitting a bit straighter on the stool as he looked to Altoria. There was a silence between them following her words. You think of Kay very highly. Her eyes burned into his own, narrowing. I did not tell you his name. You did not have to. I know all about you, or they're enough. A call told me as such. Altoria's face twisted for a brief instant before it dropped, her eyes closed and her head shook from side to side. I cannot find myself surprised by that. She holds a great deal of qualities that I would find upon a certain wizard I know. I think your other self said is such too. HMPH. Quote. So if Kay were here, what would you give him? There was a brief twitch, then her eyes snapped open and burned with warning inside of them. She spoke no words, but the aura she unleashed made them pointless. Calamate knew not to press the issue further, but it was clear she felt strongly for her kin. In the face of that, all he could do was smile towards her and rest his hands on his knees. You don't have to tell me, I was just curious. Kay does not need tribute from me, nor would he expect it. She replied with only a moment's pause after his own words. Bringing up her arms and folding them over her chest. A roll of her jaw and she continued onwards. But we are not going to discuss what Kay would or would not do if he was here. Besides, I have little doubt he would trade words with the version that is me, far too corrupted for his memories. Calamate frowned. If he is your brother and your kin, he will care for you regardless of the form you take. I think of you as a sister just as I think of Lily as one. Altoria frowned deeply. You are not Kay and your forging of bonds is made simple. That does not mean I treat them carelessly. He rose to his feet, the difference of height became apparent as he looked down upon the smaller blonde. Silence stretched between them, neither one made an effort to speak, they merely gazed into the eyes of the other. Eventually, Altoria broke the stalemate. No, I suppose you do not. Swift as you are to forge these bonds, you do not break them easily. Perhaps that could be considered commendable, if it did not lead to the current predicament you find yourself in. He did not flinch at her words, though he dearly wished to do so. A slow blink came from him, his eyes turned from her and towards the ground. I'm not going to say you are wrong, but all the same. I have no interest in such explanations. She cut him short with a blunt remark. If you are asking for assistance on this matter, then ask and save us both the dance with words. Calamate felt his lip turn at the demand. I do not know how I would go about presenting a tribute as befits those close to me. I have never done anything like this before and would like to ask if you know what to do. If not, I'll be sure to ask another and see if they have anything. Altoria looked him over, a short glance but one of meaning. There was little response from her. She turned from him and paced towards the door, short steps with such little weight behind them, yet the sound of her heels upon the metal floor echoed loud in his ears. Each one like the fierce beat of a drum. When her steps came to a halt, the woman stood before the door to his room, her back to him. She turned her head. If you need to ask, then it is not a gift from you. Consider only what you think of when you see these people and then what you would gift them. If it is beyond your ability to do so, then consider the next best. That is all that can be said on the matter. Her head turned, she departed with nothing further to speak of. He did not make a move to stop her, nor did he offer any words as an answer. Calamate remained silent as he gazed at the now open doors. His eyes dipped low to the ground once more. She had left him with some curious answers to his questions and those that needed to be thought of longer. To grant the first thing that he thought of when his mind drifted to those with whom he held close bonds with. Bringing up his hands, they rested upon his hips. Seconds passed him by, the names focused in his mind. By all rights, Altoria should have been chief among those names, and yet the one in Chaldea and the one whom had fought by his side were not one in the same, not truly. Not to him. He valued and loved her as a sister, as the blood of his kin flowed through her veins, yet when he thought of the two, there was a difference between them. A disparity that clouded his thoughts when he considered one and then considered the other. That was not to say he would grant Altoria nothing, but he knew in his heart that if it had been the one who fought by his side, then it would have been very different. The tribute he would grant to her would have been greater, there was no denying it. Not even to himself, no matter how much he wanted to say otherwise. The desire to treat all his sisters as equal, and yet there was Artoria from his family who rode upon her horse, and she dominated more of his heart than the version who walked with him now. A long breath escaped him, his eyes closed as he moved forwards and stepped out of his room and into the hallways. The names jumped to the forefront of his mind, a distraction from the doubt that would have otherwise clouded his thoughts. Akal, Vinci, Olga. Those three were the chief names, the ones that garnered the most from him. Each one of those would have greater gifts than the others, gifts that were equal to his thoughts of each and every one of them, and yet he did not quite know how he would go about that task. Akal, who loved stories and tales. Vinci, who relished creation and imagination. Olga, who turned the heavens above with mere words. What could he grant each of them that would be worthy of it? His feet stayed his body, suddenly weighted greater than even his true shape. In the cold halls, left to his thoughts, he felt so very small. Perhaps he would have remained as such until the hours ticked by and the day retreated into the night, though it was not to be at the faint scent that entered his nose. A twitch of the head and his eyes turned, bringing about his head towards the corridors behind him. The sound of metal clanking echoed louder and louder, heralded only by the strong scent of the divine. It was a few moments of nothing but sound until form accompanied it. A blond man, eyes of the brightest red, very similar to his own natural eye, not like the one which could command flesh and spirit. Hair golden and sleek, a hue about it like the rays of the sun. Armor of gold plate, heavy and well made, certainly when compared to his own. Silence fell as the man stopped walking, gazing across towards him with arms folded and expression bereft of feeling. A look in the eyes as though they rendered judgment without need for secrecy, but Calamate could tell at a mere glance what they were akin to. There was a nature about them like his own sister's. Royalty. A rather curious mongrel, are you not? The words came next, their content was insulting and yet the tone was devoid of such. The man strode forward still, caution but not fear. With a new look, as though seeing something bewildering for the first time in his life. Perhaps Calamate had looked as such when he entered a home for the first time. HMPH. A twitch of the lip, the blonde paced around him with eyes roaming up and down. Calamate said nothing and remained stoic with his gaze, never parting nor blinking from the light-touched man. A beast that shies away from the sight of its betters. I have walked these halls for some days and have seen those of rotten ilk, and yet only now do you catch my gaze. A light and mocking tone, the man came to a halt and sneered towards him. Calamate held their gaze without an ounce of emotion on his features. The urge to react to the words of the man were quite strong, but he held himself back. At a mere glance, he knew them to be a king, which meant they had achieved that which he had failed to do so. There was nothing he could say to one such as that, nothing that wouldn't embarrass him. A well-trained beast, are you? The words flowed forth, the curled lip shifted into a frown. Is it shame that stays your tongue, creature? Does the sight of your betters truly matter that much to you that you would turn from me as a common peasant would do so? To you, I am no better than a common peasant. So you are capable of understanding the common tongue. A low grunt and a quiet scoff. You walk like a man, but if you had the intellect of a beast I would have your legs pulled from your body for having me speak with thought to one without them. Calamate rolled his jaw, ignoring the threat. Is there something that you wished to ask of me, king? A raised brow, the man angled his head backwards and looked at him with a different gaze. One that he could not place. Oh, so there is some keen nature to your sight. You do not know me and yet already you can tell I am a king. Perhaps there is something of value within that tainted head of yours that you can discern such a thing with a glance, unless you can see only such things because of past experience. A frown, though one not aimed at himself. I shall provide you this single warning. Compare me to a lesser king and I shall have your tongue for such disrespect. You stand in the presence of the only true king to ever walk the world of man, and it is by my whim that your presence is even tolerated within my garden. Calamate straightened, something within him flared. Insult me as you wish, but I shall suffer no insults against my sister. She was as much a king as you are. And yet you were not one of her subjects, so what does the word of a creature not even from her kingdom matter to me? What weight is carried behind such a loud declaration? Her life as a king is proof enough for me. That brought a mocking scoff from the blonde. Is the title alone that which earns your respect? You insult kings and queens alike by believing all those who hold the position are of equal value. There are many who doomed their homes through their mere existence. Surely you would not claim your sister is equal to them. Calamate's lips came in and out. Whether they brought doom or not, they were still kings. The eyes of the man narrowed, a danger held within them. Careful there, creature. A low tone of voice, full of warning. You may hold whatever foolish thoughts you wish, but you would do well not to give them a voice. It makes you look a fool and insults others to be near you. You would do well to heed this, more so if you hold any ounce of respect for this sister of yours. Then a twitch of the lips, as though finding some amusement. I would have been content to let you degrade yourself in her were it not for the face you would drag me through the mud with you. I will not have my name sullied in such a way. He did not even know the name of this man to ask how it had been sullied, though it was clear to him they held a high opinion of themselves. Was this truly how Akal and Artoria had wanted him to act when he served as ruler? He doubted he could manage such things. His lips pulled down into a frown as he turned himself away, though kept his eyes on the man. If you want only to throw insults. I came to inspect some of the travelers who thought to enter my garden and determine their worth. A scoff and a shake of the head. Some have held greater interest than others. Calamate pinched his brow tight. And which am I? He asked. The golden-haired man did not wait long in answering. You remain to be seen. It depends on the reason you have come out of your chambers. I shall not believe you would skulk there for so long and then emerge for little reason. Do you truly care? I shall decide what I do and do not care for. Was that so? It is Valentine's Day soon and I have plans too. The expression of the man turned from frustration into incredulity, then finally ended with mirth as a smile stretched across his face. His head was thrown backwards and his laugh echoed off the walls around them, long and loud. Calamate saw nothing that was amusing about it. His patience stretched thin and his eyes started to burn with irritation at the words and the actions of the one before him. His hands felt hot as they clenched into fists and he barely stopped himself from peeling his lips back. The scowl on his face could not be stopped. You would emerge for a day in which bonds are celebrated. Foo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Another bout of laughter rippled from the back of the man's throat. He brought forth an arm and gave a sweeping wave with it towards him. A truly amusing notion. Very well then, I shall allow this to transpire before I form an opinion. Show me how a dragon such as yourself treats those who have entered his good graces. Calamate paused, his eyes narrowed into slits. How did you know? Fool, you think I cannot see what you truly are. You are not the only one who can gaze at the obvious, a dragon you remain, even with that foul taint that resides within your heart. The words were coupled with a dark frown, a narrowed gaze aimed for his chest. Calamate dipped his head and looked down at himself, then brought it back up and scowled deeper than before. That foul taint is the very reason I am here now. Call it whatever you want, but it is what made me different from the rest of my kin. It is what granted me clarity on the world to see it for what it was. Is that right? A raised brow, then an inclined head. Very well then, creature. If you have shaped that curse into something of value, then I shall watch and wait. Go forth and provide mighty prizes for whomever has claimed your heart. Do you consider my bonds amusing? The face of the man turned blank, devoid of emotion. Fool. Only by gazing at the measure of one's allies can you determine their worth. This goes more so for kings than any other. His brows twitched, the irritation turned into intrigue. Then what manner of brothers did you have? 1. So few. The golden man sent him a dark look. If they are truly valuable, then all you require is one. The more that are formed, the thinner their value becomes, but you act as a pack beast, then that is your own choice. If they are true bonds, then you may form as many as you wish, but understand that none are equal. Calamate twitched, the eyes of the golden man narrowed as his expression turned flat. Or perhaps that is a lesson you are learning now. Celebrate this holiday as you wish, but dare not forget who holds the closest bond to your heart. They must have been quite fortunate to have one who cared for them as deeply as you, that you would not call any other akin. He received no words, the man turned from him and strode away, ending the conversation then and there. Calamate let them go, watching them depart. Though he spoke before they could completely leave. Is the life of a king truly so lonely? He was not sure he would get an answer. But the man did stop for only a moment, though he did not turn his head or even face him. That would depend upon the king. And he walked on. Calamate rolled his lips and then turned away. His mind drifted back to his own nature and the day that would be fast approaching. His closest bonds, but the one that was one of the closest was not here. He would not replace her with one who was nearly the same but not quite. So he would hold his gift until she came here, the others would receive what they were due and that was that. But, he did not know where to begin. Perhaps those that knew the people better would have more for him. But then there were the words of Altoria on the subject. If it was at the suggestion of another, was it truly a gift from himself? He did not know, but he did not wish to spend days camped out in his room, waiting for an idea to strike him. He would learn more about his brethren from those who had been with them longer than he, those that knew them better than he, and when he knew all that was worth knowing, he would form the greatest gifts of all. Yes, that was what he would do. Valentine's, too. The time was coming soon. He could feel it in his bones. He could smell it in the air. Every iota of his being told him that it was coming, and it would come sooner by the second. All he needed to was wait until the time was upon him, the promised time, but that waiting was proving to be a challenge that even he was weak to. Though patience was never a strong suit of his, for something like this he could bind his time. He could sit back and wait until the days passed him by until it was the moment he had been waiting for. His popular phase. It will be here soon. Shuffling to his left, a flicker of movement in the corner of his gaze. He did not turn immediately, instead he stood with his arms folded over his chest, gazing out of the window and down into the tundra below. His expression was akin to stone, firm and stoic. There was no doubt in his mind that he looked every bit the part of a great hero of old. Even with his cool poses and everything. All he needed was a long cape or something like that. Perhaps another cool one-liner. I have long waited for this day, but now that it stands before me, I can no longer hide the rapid beats of my heart, nor ignore the sweat that trickles down my nape. I do not know if my heart could bear what is to come. That sounded cool. His hand was raised, then pressed flat against his left pectoral. He could feel it hammering away in his chest even now. Will you stand by my side and face what is to come, Sammy? I promise you, nay, I swear this oath. No matter what comes of this time, I shall forever hold you close to my memory. We are brothers in this matter, for now and evermore. A quiet declaration, his words escaped his lips as little more than a whisper but were as mighty as the howling winds beyond this fortress. The movement grew closer, his eyes danced to the side as the angel came up by his side and turned their head towards him. Sammy gazed to his face, a flicker of light danced in the depths of the hood, glittering lights akin to the twinkle of the night sky. His lips pulled up, he nodded his head slow and steady. Yes, I fear it is as such, Sammy. But I shall never forget my humble origins and I promise you, when I have my harem, I shall forever remember our fond times. Why are you turning your head away from me and acting as though you don't care? Sammy shifted ever so slightly, removing their gaze from him. Come on, man. This is me being serious. He declared, raising his voice. Pointing to his chest as his friend remained silent. This is an important day for me and I'm going to pull out all the stops. Trust me, this time I am going to end up with a bunch of women falling over themselves to be the ones to give me chocolate. They will ask in these cutesy voices, will you please be my Valentine? Much to his dismay, Sammy made no move to even respond to his comment. As though they did not care to dignify it. Bah, what do you know about romance? A huff, he folded his arms and sharply turned his head, scowling under his beard. A man opens his heart up to you and you act as though. The angel turned ever so slightly, a twitch of the head and then they turned away once more. Blackbeard knew what they meant though. His frown deepened and he felt a flush of shame at the words of the angel. Hey, this is not me saying all of this again. I swear that this time will be different, trust me. I have the perfect plan. Don't give me that sass. Grunting, he turned back and faced the caster. Bringing up his left hand and pointing to their chest, so close that his finger could have touched them had he leaned forwards just an inch. If you're part of my crew, you're supposed to support your captain in all his endeavors. I am offering you the chance to be a literal wingman here. The hood turned fully towards him once more, he gazed long into the deepest parts of the starlight face. Because this is what this holiday is all about, man. You know, guys like me can go out there and find the hot babes and give them stuff. Not to mention obligatory chocolate as well. Even if they have to give it to me, we're still talking about Blackbeard the pirate getting given chocolate by some of the hottest birds to ever live. The pointed finger rose itself up, changing its aim for the ceiling as he stepped forwards. His voice dropped low and coy. Not to mention all the exotic babes as well. Just think about it. Dami mommy dragon ladies and femboy snake feet. Master has gotten the first class pick of some of these guys, but let me tell you, this is old Blackbeard's domain. Now I know enough about the throne to have filled myself on hundreds of hours worth of VN. Quote. Visual novel. He answered, stepping back and raising a brow in disappointment. It takes me out of the explanation when I have to what? They're just stories that you can pick and choose to lead you down different paths. You always get some set girl in them, childhood friends as well, but those guys never win. They always lose, man. Always. A breath escaped him, his head shook from side to side. You want my advice on romance? Never meet them before they turn into a teenager, because that's an instant loss. You've stepped on a landmine. Your chances of romance have died faster than stepping into a road with a semi approaching you. Except there is no isekai. He stopped. Then he blinked. Then he stared at Sammy. He really, truly, stared at the angel for the first time in his life. Quote. You guys are living an isekai, he breathed out, his hands flew up to the side of his head as he felt it all click together. Quote. By the seas, you're all living an isekai, you died and got sent to another world, this is a reverse isekai. Ha 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 ha. I'm living in a reverse isekai during Valentine's Day. Zia ha 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 ha. His cackles bounced off the walls. A weight settled on his left shoulder, the cackles faded as his eyes darted to the cause of the sensation. A blue hand pressed down on him, his eyes glanced to the owner and watched with bemusement as the angel brought up one of their other hands and pointed towards the window in front of them. Blackbeard followed their gaze and found himself staring at the object of fascination. He looked at his own reflection. A brow was raised, he glanced between the pointing angel and the reflection a few times. Then a thought came upon him rather suddenly. You think I need a makeover? He asked. Silence once more. The pressure on his shoulder increased just a pinch. Apparently that wasn't the right answer. A frown creased his face, his eyes returned to his reflection and looked with greater focus. Searching for some hidden meanings in the actions of his ever-silent companion. There was doubtless to be something. Yet all he could see in it was his own handsome face that would turn 100 ships. In fact, he had turned ships in the past. Sure, they had been turning in the other direction to him, but that was just because of his status as a pirate. He was sure it had nothing to do with him personally. Alright, it probably did have a lot to do with him personally. But really, he was just like anyone. A blink. His eyes widened and his brows climbed his forehead, turning his gaze towards the angel and making an O shape with his lips. There was something to be found from this ordeal and he believed he had done so. You think I need to find some like-minded people for a crew? Slowly, the hand was removed from his shoulder and the arm lowered itself from the reflection. He pinched his lips, bringing a hand up and cupping his chin. A long and hard look was aimed at the reflection as he balanced the pros and cons of the plan. On the one hand, there was doubtless to be someone in Chaldea who had loads of flowery words to use but never had an ounce of luck with women for one reason or another. But on the other hand, the bigger the crew, the more he would have to share. That meant the obligatory chocolates he got would have to be distributed out. Sure, he could try and keep them for himself, but then he would probably face a mutiny over it or something. He didn't want to be accused of being a normie either. Damn, this was really taxing everything in his brain at the moment. His head dipped low and he stared at his own 2 feet, placing his hands upon his hips and letting out a long and ponderous hum. We're gonna need some friends, Sammy. Let's go and assemble the Bachelor Brigands. That's the name we're running with, and I'm captain here, so you can't do anything about it. You have no veto power over this. Fingers danced along the table, in their wake was left a gentle tapping sound. Across the length, there was her partner in crime, so to speak. Neither one of them said anything for a few moments. Her hands reached forwards and clasped the handle of her cup and slid it towards herself. Daintily, it was raised for her lips. The sweet scent filled her nose, the taste of the liquid slipped down her throat with a light gulp as she lowered it back down. We both know why we're here. Marie was certain that if one looked at the two of them, they would have seen that she and the person opposite wore matching expressions to one another. Nero adjusted herself, leaning forwards and resting her elbows on the table. They tented themselves under her nose. The blonde narrowed her gaze ever so slightly and rolled her lips. A flicker of movement before they spoke again in a low tone of voice. We are to be in agreement then, for the upcoming festivity. Indeed, Marie replied with a twitch of the lip. Combining our forces to provide the best gift is the greatest chance for either of us, after all. The hands lowered down, Nero's lips pulled into a coy smile. It is something that shall be celebrated. Not since the days of Sporus would one have seen such a loving display. Indeed, those in Chaldea shall weep that they were not the recipients of such a beautiful gift. Even those with spouses shall be left in awe. As always, the emperor was as enthusiastic as she was optimistic. But Marie was much the same. The words of her fellow monarch sounded very appealing. Indeed, she could just imagine the flustered look on the face of Olga when they presented her with the Valentine's Day present, the shy look they would doubtless get, or the shocked silence as they gaped with a wide mouth. While Marie was sure she could have done this alone, there was something about the day which encouraged her to join with Nero, rather than compete with her. After all, they could compete every other day of the year. In that case, words were cut short by a sound. Marie turned and furrowed her brows, tapping on the door to their room. She and Nero shared a small look. The emperor was the first to speak. Did you invite someone to this meeting? I did not even tell Diane. She answered, her own surprise bleeding into her words. Just as that, they turned to the door as the knock came back once again. She debated it for a moment before calling out, "Enter." The door swung open, the figure stalked into the room and placed their hands on their hips, leaning forwards and wearing a frustrated scowl. Seriously, it's less than a week until Valentine's Day and I haven't heard anything about any of you starting a new concert. Don't you have any sense of timing for this sort of thing? I get you're a few members short, but surely you can make do. Of all the people to enter, this was one of the last people that Marie would have expected. She wasn't sure how Nero felt about it, stealing a glance to the girl and finding them to be similarly locked into a state of bewilderment. Her eyes returned to Elizabeth Báthory, having some idea of what the girl was speaking about but still a little puzzled as to what was actually going on. Elizabeth looked between the two of them, then straightened her posture and folded her arms over her chest, leaning on her right side and wearing an expectant look. Ah, is this about the swimsuit swashbucklers? Of course it is. A loud huff from the girl echoed across the room, sweeping her hands up before they fell back to her hips, a foot tapping up and down rapidly against the ground with a more irritated look. Weeks I've been waiting for your next concert so that I can market my own and then show you who is better, but there's been nothing from you. Not to mention that Starfall has been avoiding me every chance she gets. If there was anger before, it now gave way to agitation. This wasn't one of those one-hit wonders. I refuse to let a rival die like that. I need to beat you and prove myself the better idol. I can't have you show up and give a smash-hit performance before you run away into the night. Absolutely not. Hand flying up, she pointed to them, swinging the arm right and left with finger extended. So come on then. When's the Valentine's concert? This is the perfect time for it. No self-respecting idol could miss out on it. Marie admitted that the words the girl held a lot of wisdom to them. A song during Valentine's Day was the height of romance. Rather, she could not imagine a better day in which someone could be serenaded. She pondered the words further and found herself more than a little ashamed that she had not been the first to consider them. It was perhaps the most obvious thing for a romantic holiday to be marked with a loving song that got across one's heartfelt feelings. Though she would hardly call her feelings towards Olga to be anything like that of her husband. But she did enjoy the company of the woman. And she was a little curious. She could say nothing for Nero, however, but she suspected it was more or less for the adventure than anything else. A challenge to be conquered so that she could plant her flag in the aftermath and declare that she had claimed another territory for the glory of Rome or something along those lines. Her fingers snapped, quick and loud. The eyes of the two others fell on her, the grin on her face grew wider by the second. "Un idée geniale you have there," she exclaimed loudly, her hands slammed down onto the table and propelled her to her feet. A fire burned away in her eyes. "That is exactly what shall happen. A concert in which we shall spread love across all of Chaldea. And naturally the theme shall be French." Her words of wisdom were cut short by the sound of Nero slamming her own hands into the table and shooting to her feet, a fire burning in her green eyes. "And for what reason shall the theme of this romantic adventure be French? You cannot spell romance without Roman. Hang on, are you forgetting about me?" A word from Elizabeth went unanswered. Marie's full attention was upon the emperor. "Don't you know that Paris is called the city of love?" Marie shot back with a smile that was almost as sharp at the challenge in her gaze, though she was not usually one for this sort of behavior. If there was one thing that she would not let herself be outmatched in, it was romance. Especially as she was the Queen of France. HMPH. Nero met her challenge with a stoic gaze, removing her arms from the table and folding them under her breasts. Pushing them up just enough to flaunt her generous bosom. Perhaps, though that is an interchangeable title, as I recall, two of the contenders can be found in Italy, can they not? Damn the throne and passing along such information. However, she was not without her own counters. And yet it is France that is often assumed as such, especially for our culture and our artistry. It was a sweet smile she offered, but there was no doubt that Nero saw the hidden blades within her words. The twitch of the blonde was apparent, but it was not long-lived. The smug look in those eyes returned anew. "Perhaps there is a certain flowery nature to your people, and yet it is so often the age of the Romans that is shown to have the greatest love for such spreading of joy. Our wondrous banquets and parties that would see dozens, hundreds, partake in such affairs and spread cheer throughout all of them." Hands on her hips, Nero's lip quirked upwards into a smug smirk. "And they were hardly lacking in romance. Some more intimately than others." Marie raised a brow at her, unimpressed with the effort. "I'd hardly call such frivolous little one-night stands as being romantic." "Wait, what are you talking about now?" Once more, Elizabeth went ignored. Nero sputtered. "Frivolous. I'll have you know that those orgies were as far from frivolous as one could get." "You're talking about what now?" Elizabeth screeched, yet not even the rise in volume earned her any attention. "If you say so," Marie replied, her shoulders rising and falling in a light shrug, stepping around the table, her fingers dancing along the surface. "Though really, when one thinks of the culture more closely related to love and romance, they think of France. So it is only natural that the theme would be French. And yet it is Rome with the greatest theaters for plays and performances." Nero's words cut her short. The shock had worn itself out from the emperor and the confidence returned in force. "Or mayhaps you forget the great venues of our people. A small passion to be certain in France, but it is hardly the bountiful joy to be spread amongst the masses. A single delicate meal cannot feed the masses at a banquet, and during such times, it is the masses that require the feast." Marie stopped and frowned. That was not wrong. And yet it was not right. Boundless love can be shown just as easily. Is that right? It is. Nero's eyes danced with challenge as she brought up a hand and drummed away at her chin for a few moments, then they settled on her and the smirk upon her lips grew wider still. Clear signs of conclusion reached across her eyes. "Then perhaps we shall rescind the truce between us and decide a true champion of romance, UMU. It did not escape the tone with which Nero spoke, as though she had already decided herself to be the winner of this contest. Marie would not back down on the matter of love. I'm certain that a little wager shall confirm who the true master of romance is. She agreed, drawing her hand across the table and towards her hip, leaning at a side and shooting a sweet smile at the emperor. Though it can hardly be said that one form of love is right and the other is wrong. Oh, naturally. Nero agreed, the challenge fading as her head nodded up and down. Merely that some are better suited than others. Marie chuckled. That was not wrong. Perhaps this entire thing would turn out to be a pointless little adventure between the two of them. But the fire of challenge had been lit, and she would not back down against such a thing. Her hand reached across the table, waiting for her opponent to take the next step. Not a moment later, the hand of the emperor clasped her own. A single shake was given before they pulled their limbs back. Marie would not deny that they both had passion for this, but ultimately it came down to who could better bring the love of Valentine's Day to all of Chaldea. Perhaps it would be Nero with her mastery of the people, or perhaps it would be her with her individual intimacy, but one thing was for certain. There would be passion afoot in the coming days. And whether she won or lost, Marie was going to have fun with it. Let it never be said that Blackbeard doubted the wisdom of his angelic friend. Until now, that was. Standing in the far corner of the simulator, he watched on with furrowed brows as he gazed across to the first target on their list of potential crewmates. He was already finding this to be quite a big mistake. I think we should move on. The flutter of movement behind him, he did not need to turn his head to know that Sammy had stretched out a wing to block his escape. If he were a greater fool, he would have thought the angel was trying to kill him. At the moment, he thought they were just trying to have him beaten to a pulp like someone had walked in on him changing. He'll definitely say no. The silent gaze of Sammy felt like 100 shouts of denial to his words, as though the angel was screaming that he needed to go over there and act like a captain. That he would need to use his charming personality and dashing good looks to convince this wayward fellow that joining his crew of bachelor brigands would be the best thing for him. In fact, he had a strange feeling about this one the longer he looked. He had seen them about Chaldea, they were impossible to miss, but never once had he seen them anywhere near the women of Chaldea. At least, not that he noticed. But he didn't like to spend his time looking at tall muscular dudes. Blackbeard didn't swing that way. He never swung that way. And he didn't really enjoy looking at the success of normies either. So it would probably be in the best interest of everyone that this guy was both single and had no luck with women. And when he meant the best interest of everyone, he meant himself. A weary sigh forced itself from out of his lips. Eyes closed, he raised his right hand and rubbed at his brow for a few moments. Feeling the weight of the situation settle on him before his gaze focused once more on the man of the hour. Drawing his arm back to his side, he took in a deep breath and marched forwards. Come on, Sammy. There was only a brief pause before the angel followed after him. It was a good thing that the angel was with him. It meant that if things got ugly he could throw them at the big man and then make a break for it. Hopefully they were so focused on pulling Sammy apart at the joint that he would be granted time enough to escape without incident. A tremor ran through the ground as the hulking figure swung down. The simulate dragon was smashed into a fine red mist before the body vanished in a flash of light, leaving no trace behind. There was only a frustrated grunt as the only response from the man. Blackbeard shot one final look towards Sammy and inclined his head, shooting a meaningful gaze between both caster and berserker. Sammy, ever silent, gazed back at him with the night sky they had for a face. A faint twinkling of light from under the hood was the only response he received from the blue-skinned servant. Sammy wasn't backing down on this, it seemed. Well, Blackbeard was nothing if not a man who lived for risks. With wet lips and a sweaty brow, he turned back around and resumed his march towards the tall man in thick stone armor, a club made from calcified bone now mounted on his shoulder and a shield as tall and wide as a grown man, probably quite a bit heavier than them as well. Hello. Hovel turned to them the second he opened his mouth and stared across at him. Blackbeard felt his steps falter for only a moment, unease doubtless present on his face before he pulled on his depths of confidence and strode forwards once more, smiling brightly, AMD waving his hand from side to side. "What's up, my guy?" Havel's answer to his greeting was an unsettling silence. This might already be off to a bad start. "Ah well. Now I'm sure you're wondering why I've called out to you," he continued, hoping for a response. More silence. "As you more or may not be aware, we're coming up to Valentine's Day. Now this is a day where some people might be fortunate and have all the luck with women. You know, they get the favors from all the right and proper ladies, but some others aren't quite so blessed when it comes to that, you get me?" "Of course you do," he smiled. "Now, hear me out. Piss off." A low growl from behind the helm. Havel turned away from him rather slowly and adjusted the club on his shoulder. Blackbeard probably should have left it there. But he was here now and he might as well let himself get the words out. "Come on, have you ever wondered what it would be like to earn the attention of a fair maiden?" "No." He blinked, then frowned and dropped his arms to his side. "Really?" The question came forth, then was followed by a shake of the head. "Come on, man. Don't tell me you're one of those who's never really talked to a girl before. Wait, are you actually nah, unless, look, my man, no one likes a male tsunere, I'm just gonna come right out and say it." Havel stopped moving. The helmet turned back to him, slow enough that he heard the sound of stone grinding against stone. Suddenly the silence from the berserker was more oppressive than it had been before. Also it would be expected for a night or something, you know. Not just for the guys, it's for the gals as well. He was rushing to get the words out, especially as it looked as though the servant was a mere moment away from clapping his hands together. With Blackbeard's head in the middle of the palms. "Friend Chocolate, you make up sweets and just give them to someone to celebrate the day." Seconds ticked past. Havel said nothing, but Blackbeard did not ignore the way in which the air around him got lighter. It was clear he had the interest of the berserker, which meant it was now time to drive the nail home. "So, what I was thinking is if we all banded together, the guys that don't have a single partner and instead have a lot of love to give and are willing to be on the receiving end for a lot of love as well. If we teamed up and spread our love around, then obviously we would be helping the sort of guys who don't get the same sort of reaction, right?" A tilt of the head. Havel remained silent for a moment. Then he spoke but a single sentence. "What are you talking about?" Blackbeard faltered for a moment, then sighed and dropped his shoulders. Right, he was speaking to a berserker. Those guys didn't do complex thoughts. I'm suggesting all of us who never really had luck with girls. Weren't you married? He fell silent at that. Did he really have to bring that up? I mean, the vows are till death do us part. He replied slowly, making a pointed show of looking around the room. I don't see Mary around here, do you? Point is, it would be a waste if all the love in my heart was kept to just one girl. Same with you. You're a big guy, I'm sure you have a lot of love to give, only fair that you receive the same sort of love from other people, right? He raised a hand and smirked. Strength in numbers. As part of my crew, I guarantee that one beauty will definitely give you friendship chocolate. They do that to be polite. We give them a little something and they give us a little something, you get me. Havel remained silent. The weapon and shield faded, heavy arms came up and folded over one another with a dull crack. The bounded metal chains around the gauntlets rattled and clanged against one another, the dark gaze of the helm felt far more piercing than ever before. Havel leaned forwards ever so slightly, just far enough that his shadow was cast over Blackbeard. It was strange. There wasn't too great a difference between them when it came to height. But damn if the berserker didn't feel taller right now. You want help. I want you to help me, help you. A slow explanation, pointing between the two of them. It's a holiday all about love. So we should do our part, you know. Spread the love around and then we will get loved back in return. Easy, right, easy. A grunt from Havel, his head turned and dipped low. Help. With what? Blackbeard felt the smile stretch across his lips as he stepped close, turning his body and moving shoulder to shoulder with the berserker. "I'm glad you see it my way." He spoke, a smile on his lips as he moved an arm over the shoulder of the slightly taller man and walked, urging them to walk in step with him. "Now there are a couple of others who we need to get, but we're gonna make the best little display possible, and before you know it, we're gonna be the biggest bachelors in Chaldea." "What is a bachelor?" "Ah, right. They probably wouldn't have known. Popular single guy. A beat. Basically." Havel let out a slow grunt and nodded his head up and down, accepting the words. Blackbeard grinned wider and turned to Sammy. The angel said nothing, but he did not need words from them. He never needed words from them. They were a loyal first officer for him, and they had yet to steer him wrong. There was something amiss in Chaldea. Her godly senses were tingling. "They're doing something out there, it's interrupting my sleep." Her arms rested by her side, her back on the bedrest and her legs splayed out before her. Bringing up a sleeve-covered arm, she wiped down the front of her jumper and brushed away the crumbs that had been there. It was a sweeping movement that sent them to the floor. She made a mental note to deal with those at some point before Chris got mad about them again. But Chris was patient with her. So it would be fine. Speaking of her roommate, Chris looked towards her with a title of the head. There wasn't much interest in the gaze, but it was clear that she had said something that earned her attention. Which was enough for Hanleth. "You're my eyes and ears, Chris," she announced, though it was hardly an official position. "What are they doing out there?" Chris blinked slow. "Why would I know?" Hanleth opened her mouth to respond, then paused as something occurred to her. Yes, Chris did leave their room, but she was left with the sneaking suspicion that Chris didn't have much in the way of friends beyond her. Nor was she left with the belief that the Saber did a lot of speaking with people either. Even if there was something happening, Chris was just as liable to be as blind as she was when it came to finding out about it. Hanleth clicked, a touch of irritation aimed towards herself as she slumped back, flopping against the bed without an ounce of tension in her muscles. Going limp and sighing. "Can you find out, Chris? I think they're planning some sort of holiday without me." Her companion looked at her with a rather disinterested expression, soon turning their gaze back to the golden sword in their hands and resumed running their fingers across it with far more interest. Hanleth almost pouted but held that part of herself back. Though she was not above whining. "Please," she pleaded with them. The thought of a holiday occurring without her knowledge was rather depressing. Not least of all because she would get the disappointed looks from her father and sister, but because it was part of her very reason for being. Her tongue darted out, wetting her drying lips as she considered something. "Do you want something in return for doing me this favor?" It was a venture, but she saw the slight pause in Chris's movements for a single fraction of a second. Then she jumped at that chance with everything she had in her. "One favor for a favor." The words tumbled out of her fast as she could manage, trying not to appear too desperate. "Please go and find out, and then I'll do one thing you ask." Blessing of the bliss goddess. Chris turned her eyes on her slowly and meaningfully. The weight behind them rooted her to the bed for a moment. But it might have also been the magic within them. One of the two. "All right." Chris rose up from the corner and flicked the sword away, soon marching for the door without a moment more of hesitation. Though Hanleth caught the low words from her companion as they stepped into the hallway. "I'll ask Archie." And then she was gone. Hanleth gave but a single blink, then turned her eyes to the foot of her bed and leaned back into it. Closing her eyes and pulling her arms over herself and waiting. It would not be long before Chris returned with news of what was happening, and then she could begin her planning for what she was supposed to do. She was the goddess of bliss. Any holiday was the sort that she would know all about. There was no way that this could go wrong. It's a holiday about lovers and friends. Chrysor watched in bemusement as the expression of Hanleth, that had once been confident, immediately folded in on itself. Crumbling faster than old bones and turning to one of shock and horror. It was odd, she thought, that it was only now that the goddess looked as though she was truly afraid. Lovers and friends. Wah. Chrysor sniffed and nodded her head once more, as if there needed to be more confirmation. That was what Archie told her. And she knew Archie was not a very good liar, though she thought the holiday pointless. The only time one needed to impress upon the opposite sex was for mating purposes, everything else beyond this was pointless. Especially because as servants, not a single one of them could be capable of breeding. The humans of the staff perhaps, but not for them. Maybe Hanlith could make herself busy with that. What sort of mocking holiday is that? Chrysor would never admit anything caught her by surprise. But she was briefly given pause by the utterly empty voice that Hanlith spoke with next, eyes glazed over and fixed at the foot of the bed, no longer looking towards her for when she spoke. She had never truly seen the goddess like that before, not even as she died. This was new. Lovers and friends. They thought to celebrate that now. A grumble from Hanlith, a hint of something dark in her words, arms were sharply brought up and folded over her chest with a scowl forming upon her lips. They're really going to celebrate a holiday like that with me here? The one holiday that I can barely preside over. That is a cruel jest against me, an insult to be sure. Chrysor doubted that was the intention of Chaldea. They did not go out of their way to purposefully insult someone. It seemed more accidental. Her shoulders jerked up and down. That's what Archie said. The golden eyes of Hanlith fell upon her with a phantom heat to them, an emotion boiling inside of those orbs that Chrysor knew of. She was certain that she wore the same look when she saw humans with their own parents. Envy. Awe. Hanlith had no mate. So that was the problem. No. It became clear Hanlith was no longer speaking with her as the goddess turned her head and smacked her lips. I won't admit defeat here. Even if I don't have much in the way of friends or, the other thing. I am still the goddess of bliss and anything that brings joy and happiness is my domain. I won't accept defeat in this field. Caffrey and father would hound me for it, if they are not planning on it already. Chrysor doubted they would be fool enough to attempt to attack Hanlith here, especially with her so close. She would not allow them to pressure her property into action. All right, I can work with this. Hanlith's voice came as a low mutter. It was clear that the words were aimed towards herself rather than Chrysor. I can work with this, no problem. I'm the goddess of bliss and love comes hand in hand with that sort of thing. I have done this before, I can definitely do it again. If she had done it before, then why did she look so bitter and pained as if nursing an old wound? Chrysor inclined her head, eyes flickering up and down. Hanlith would remain true to herself, she thought. The girl would do what she was always supposed to do. Not that she could understand it or make sense of it. Despite agreeing to the request, she still had little idea of what she was supposed to ask for in exchange for a favor. Doubtless, she would think of something. With a long sigh, Hanlith swung herself into movement, legs sweeping over the length of the bed and onto the floor. A deep breath and the goddess sharply rose upwards, staggering to her feet with a deep frown upon her face. Chrysor blinked forwards, pressing her right hand on the shoulder of the girl and stopping her from dropping flat onto her face. Oddly enough, Hanlith grabbed her arm and clung onto her wrist as though it was the only thing keeping her on her feet. She made no effort to shake the girl loose, however, and remained still and silent. Watching the goddess as she rolled her shoulders until they popped, then moved towards the door with purpose in her gait. A strange thing it was, to see Hanlith so serious. But not unpleasant, she supposed. And she had little reason to leave the goddess be, thus she followed after them. We're going to have to get help. It was an announcement from the goddess but Chrysor barely paid it heed, merely humming and nodding her head up and down. You're going to need help. She still corrected them, and was rewarded with a flinch and a quick turn of the head. Hanlith looked at her with clear surprise and a touch of betrayal. The goddess opened her mouth and was doubtless about to give her some sort of demand or plea for assistance. Chrysor slew that notion in its infancy. I neither know about, nor care about, human holidays. I am not going to be helpful for anything other than killing. Hanlith paused. It was clear that she had not really considered that. Then she frowned and cupped her chin between her fingers, eyes squinting in thought and rubbing her hand back and forth as she seemingly considered a new tactic. Chrysor was content to watch her. She had done her part already. Everything else related to this was down to Hanlith and her alone. That was her nature, after all. Going to Caffrey is out of the question. I won't be seen asking her for help. Hanlith muttered aloud, a disgruntled gaze aimed towards the wall as the arm came down and placed itself on her hip. And Nema isn't here, so I can't ask her either. Nema. Who is Nema? And why did they speak this person's name with such trust? Chrysor kept her face stoic, even as her thoughts focused on the name of this person who, until this point, had not yet been mentioned. Going and asking a human about this would be humiliating, thus we shall have to go to the next best source, but Mother seems to have taken an interest with that other little human and I'm still mad about what she did with Gawain, so, maybe he would work. Who's Nema? Hanlith jerked, then brought her head up and blinked. Oh, goddess of love. This sort of thing was what she always dealt with, but she isn't here. Oh, that's all it was then. Hanlith lowered her gaze and frowned. But, well, I cannot think of anyone else who would probably know about it besides him, and it would be good to actually speak with him for once about this sort of thing. Yes, this works. She started walking forwards once again, moving as though she knew where she was headed. Perhaps she did know, but Chrysor was a touch bemused as to where this sudden focus had come from. Still, she was a touch curious as to who Hanlith would go to for aid. There was something poetic about this being his first ever interaction with his niece. Coming to him and asking for help despite the two of them never so much as sharing a single word in the past. But that mattered little when compared to the demon she had managed to wrangle into her service. There was no denying the disdain the thing looked to him with. Spawn of Medusa or not, this creature was certainly not going to hide its nature from him. Either with the sharpness of its gaze nor the way it had not stopped scowling when it saw him. Gwendolyn elected to ignore it. Creature born of Medusa's lowest moments and a monument to her shame in that form, he decided. His eyes returned to his niece as she came to him while speaking openly about some manner of human holiday that had escaped his notice. Ordinarily he would have been reluctant to help her on the matter, if only because he himself did not have much experience with such things. His skill in regards to holidays and anything of the sort was non-existent. That was never his domain, and this one still reached far beyond anything he experienced. Valentine's Day. A celebration between friends and lovers. He had few of the former and none of the latter. However, letting the day pass now would have been an insult to the few he had managed to gain. Gwendolyn looked at Hanlith for a few moments. She looked like her mother. His fingers drummed along the arm of the chair, rapping up and down on wood and producing a small pattern in the tappings. It went on after she had finished explaining everything to him. Perhaps he sat there for a little under half a minute with a ponderous frown upon his lips. Hanlith looked to be growing more agitated by the second, shuffling in her chair and looking as far from comfortable as one could get. Whatever his problems with Guinevere and Flan, throwing them at the feet of Hanlith was wrong. He spoke once he had found the words. I assume that in coming to me, you have found some manner of strategy for this plan or yours. She wore her heart on her sleeve. Relief shot across her face for a brief moment before her head bobbed up and down. I do, yes. I am going to have a small celebration for it. Or rather, a chance for people to offer up anonymous chocolates to be gifted about Chaldea by couriers. Because some individuals aren't so confident to face their friends and allies like that. He gave her the gesture to continue. And I was going to have a small little ball for it. Romantic songs and some dancing. And I assume my aid would be needed for the creation of the hall in which this grand event would take place. He raised a lone brow. It was natural that she would have come for him for help if that was her plan. His illusions would turn even the blandest of rooms into the most extravagant of halls. She nodded her head up and down. A song and dance for the guests to just have some fun. Spend time with some they might consider lovers, or find some new lovers, or even mingle with some old friends in close proximity. The mood needs to be just right so that they would not feel chased away or embarrassed. Gwendolyn felt the need to say something. These are long-dead warriors, many of whom had spouses and almost all of them have sired children. They are not young maidens or fresh-faced boys who have not seen the opposite sex in the nude. Well, I haven't. He did not need to know that. It must have been a thought that showed on his face, given the furious blush that formed on the cheeks of Hanlith as she turned her head then coughed twice into her fist. The heat on her face perished slowly, her eyes returned to his own with renewed focus shining within them. All right, I might appreciate that. But some others are still romantics and such. Nema would tell me all about such tales, whenever she wanted to brag about her followers. She would speak at length about the different sorts of love there was, and some in Chaldea are not currently with their spouses, I might add. It would be best for them to believe they are not betraying their memory if they partake. His eyes closed. A breath escaped his nose before his eyes opened once more, his weight fell back into the chair. You need not worry or speak further. I shall render what little aid I can unto you with decoration, but my uses end after such things. I am no skilled romantic. He felt no shame in admitting that. Still, a dance. His eyes turned down towards his legs and stared. The snakes wreathed and wriggled. His mind darkened and he barely managed to stop himself from scowling, but for the sake of his niece, he brought his head back up and nodded his head up and down. If you are to take command of this holiday, then you may act whenever you wish. I shall be waiting for your words. Hanlith sagged her shoulders, then loosened a small but genuine smile his way. Thank you, uncle. Do not thank me for this. He grumbled, closing his eyes and moving his other hand to cover his eyes. I have told you, the limit of my abilities is the venue and that alone. Should this end in failure, it shall weigh heavily upon your own head. Thus it would be best if it did not end in failure. I know that. Hanlith shot back, her voice was enough for him to look at her once more. A flicker of something pulsed through her golden eyes, sharply rising from her seat and making for the door, pausing just before she exited and looking over her shoulder. This won't fail. And then she stepped out. Only Chrysor remained in the room. Gwendolyn turned his attention to her and raised a brow. Do you intend to stare at me all day, or are there some words which have settled on the tip of your tongue? The purple-haired woman merely clicked her tongue, looking down at him with disgust before she turned and followed Hanlith. Evidently Flan had lost control of his house, if this was the sort of company that he allowed his daughter to keep. Then again, with spawn like Alma, the greater question was whether he ever had control of his house in the first place. Valentine's. 3. What was Verndari to do at this time? A day in which close friends are provided with gifts. Such days were not unfamiliar to her, she was long since aware of them, but there had rarely been a moment in which she had done anything of the sort, even contemplated such a thing before in her life. There had been some occasions in which she had done so, that much she knew of, but it had been for the benefit of her parents alone. Not even Esser Rame, much as she respected him, had managed to gain any sort of gift from her. Though that was mostly on account of her not knowing anything of the sort to get the night. Rather, there never seemed to be a need for it. She could not think of getting him anything that would really be worthy of his station. Yet now she found herself at a crossroads. Her thoughts drifted towards a certain individual on this day and felt it would have been wrong to allow the day to pass her by without at least showing something to prove that she did value them as an ally. Perhaps even a friend. Most certainly a friend. Verndari had no talent for baking. She had little talent for cookery in general, and the one time she had made the attempt had ended rather sourly for all those who tasted the food. Thus she did not want to insult or even poison Gareth with her cooking, which meant that she would need to find something else that she could provide the night that would be something valuable for them. Something that would show she did care for them as an ally and would also be within her ability to create. By her understanding, the day was still half a week, perhaps more or perhaps less. And yet, with arms folded over her chest, she marched through the halls of Chaldea with her mind barely focused upon her surroundings. Instead, her thoughts drifted towards what would be suitable to present to Sir Gareth as proof of their friendship. She wanted them to have something that they could use more than once and that she was familiar enough with. But what could she grant them that they would not already have? Good morning, Esser Verndari. She paused and looked up, noting the approach of the Lord Kanud with his silver arm raised in greeting. With a polite nod back towards the god, she straightened herself. Even if she was not one of the clerics like Esser Velstadt, Nud was still a king and deserved respect for that title alone. She remained stood, swiftly bringing her arms back down to her side and standing to attention as the god drew closer to her. Good morrow, Lord Nud. Her greeting back earned a slight falter from the man, but it was a brief thing as he approached closer, then came to a stop before her. With a brow raised behind her helm, she inclined her head towards the man. Was there something that you required assistance with? That was to be my question. He answered, one hand on his hip while the other waved to her. I spotted you and you appeared to be deep in thought. I had called out to you in the hope that what concerned you was possible for me to provide some clarity upon. Ah, she had not realized her concern had been so transparent, even through armor. Internally, she smacked herself for showing such a careless display that anyone could have spotted it. Thankful for the helm, else the Lordkin would have seen the scowl she wore upon her lips and perhaps would have found themselves under the mistaken belief it was aimed for them, and not for herself. Your concern is noted, but unnecessary. She replied with confidence she did not quite feel within her. She was fretting over something so trivial like a maiden on the morning of a dance. This was precisely the sort of thing that she had wanted to avoid. Is that so? Very well then, I shall pry no further. Nud replied with a nod of the head, seemingly dropping the subject entirely. That was welcome for her, she bore the man no ill will but. I hear it is to be a special day soon. Her mind ground to a halt. Is that so? MMMMH. With a small but soft smile, the man nodded his head up and down. A day for celebrating bonds forged with friends and the like. Used by lovers, but I see no reason why friends cannot do the same. I plan on making a fishing rod for Satanta. I'm certain that he shall eventually come to use it, perhaps the boy Ash as well. He showed an interest in fishing when I mentioned it to him last. It was a low mutter. Nud brought his right hand up and scratched back and forth along his chin, a flicker of thought in his eyes before it was quickly washed away with a flash of confidence. I suppose I shall be in for a busy enough time with the coming days, he announced with a chuckle, lowering the hand back down to his die. Verndari, however, was more focused on the words the man had used. Less towards the fact he was making fishing poles for some, but the fact he was giving them something otherwise trivial but could also be used more than once. It was a polite enough gesture that appealed to their interests and could be used. Her mind whirled with thoughts. Then they settled on something. The smith in Chaldea, Andre, she could go to him for this gift. Not to requisition, but to learn under him of how she could make it. Perhaps there had been some aid in speaking with Nud after all. I wish you fortune with that venture, Lord Nud. She spoke, this time with greater confidence. Though she hoped she was not allowing her sudden revelation to bleed into her words, perhaps she did or perhaps she did not. The god raised a brow at her for a moment and she thought he might ask her something, but the seconds ticked by without a question to follow the gesture, then the brow lowered back down and Nud provided her with a single nod of the head. A twitch of his lip upwards and then he resumed speaking. Thank you for your blessing, Esser Verndari. He gave a nod back to her. I can only hope that my crafts are truly up to snuff, so to speak. It has been quite a while since I did much of this sort of thing and building was always the skill of Dian sect, and I would prefer to build something of greater skill than him, all things considered. For a moment, Verndari could have sworn the god looked sheepish, but whatever that emotion in his eyes was, it quickly faded and the levity entered it once more. I shall keep you no longer, but I wish you good fortune as well. He moved past her, speaking as he did so. I hope that whatever it is that ails you is quickly cured. I would hate to think this Valentine's would pass you by as you were troubled with something. Worry not, Lord Nud. Turning, she called after him. I will not allow my mind to dwell on troubles for long. And it had not been long at all. The arrival of Nud and his words have proven rather beneficial, for now she knew exactly what she was to do. It folded in on itself. His fingers hovered just above the body before they dropped down to his side. Eyes lingered on the remains for a few moments before he moved the hand back up, his fist clenched around the ruins of the clay body and crushed it between his fingers. Slumping down on his chair and rolling his jaw from side to side. He was no stranger to failures, but at least he had made some small progress with those. At current, he was approaching 237 failures in regards to making even a simple teacup. There was nothing overly complex about the design of it, and yet time and time again he was being met with a catastrophic failure over the smallest of movements with his hands. His eyes moved upwards towards the other in the room. Her gaze remained blank, there was neither judgment nor mockery within it. "I think you might be getting closer." Da Vinci spoke without sarcasm. "That one lasted a few seconds longer than your previous attempts. You're just putting a little bit too much weight into your movements. You need to caress the clay, make it want to form the shape you're aiming for, rather than to force it." Giving a small huff at her words, he returned his focus to the spinning table and placed the clay back upon it. Letting it spin once more as he dipped his hands into the water and moved them to the shape. "I will say that I'm impressed by your perseverance. Most would have just given up by now. I have set my mind to the task," he answered. "I will not rest until it has been completed. Even if it took him every single hour of every single day until it was actually Valentine's Day." Da Vinci chortled a little, he removed his hands and sent her a small look. Evidently she had guessed his true thoughts from something of his interaction, because she looked far more amused than she had been previously. His eyes lingered on her for but a few moments longer, then they returned to the clay as he resumed his focus. Hands circled around the shape. His thumbs slowly moved down and inwards, hollowing out the interior and drawing the lip of the cup thin. He stopped and then pulled his hands out, staring at it for a few moments and rolling his jaw from side to side. The spin of the table slowed to a crawl before it finally ended. His wet hands dropped back down to his side as he leaned forwards. Eyes running along the surface of the simple cup and giving it a once-over. It was only when the shadow fell over him that he realized Da Vinci had moved to stand beside him, leaning forwards and cupping her chin with a glint in her eyes. Her body lowered, a long hum rippled in the back of her throat as she looked over what he had spent the better part of several hours making. When she did speak, her words were laced with both mirth and pride. "Given you spend your time swinging swords and punching things, you've done quite well so far. A bit heavy-handed in places, but not bad for a first attempt, I must say." "Not bad. Not bad." Ash stared at the cup. Then he crushed it between his hands once more. Da Vinci sent him a rather shocked look, jerking back and staring at him in naked surprise. He ignored her and started the table up once again, spinning the clay around and resuming his actions as he had done hundreds of times before. "Oh, I see." A low mutter from the caster caught his ear, but she said very little and stepped away from him. There was something else in her words that stuck out to him, but he paid them very little focus and continued his work. Repeating the same motions he had done so again and again. "You know the next 100 could be more failures, right? I know. I didn't realize I was dealing with someone who had the pride of an artist." Pride. He paused, letting the word bounce around within him before shaking his head. Pride was not something he would have attributed to himself. "Were this for me, I would have been content with a passing performance. Though it is not for me and others have different expectations, rather, perhaps it is because it is made for another that I am willing to put in additional effort." There was a creak of wood. Da Vinci lowered herself onto a nearby stool and crossed her legs over, resting her chin upon a propped-up arm. Oh, that can still be called professional pride. Even if she said as much, he did not feel pride. Rather, "Are gifts not supposed to be perfect? They can be." Da Vinci agreed, a single nod of the head. "But when you say it like that, it sounds as though you're missing the point. Perfection is a consequence, not a goal, and ultimately, everyone has a different interpretation of what perfect is." Ash glanced at her. "I speak of structural perfection. I suppose there is that." She agreed, waving a hand to him. "But what matters most about a gift is that it is coming from the heart. So long as you can feel the love and passion within the maker, then you should be able to ignore the little imperfections. Though some would certainly say that they add towards the charm of it all. Passion or love within the design." Ash looked at the cup long and hard. "Does something about my words confuse you?" The voice of Da Vinci came again. You look as though I've just told you something a bit complicated. She had, but clearly she didn't realize that. Or maybe she had and was just mocking him. Is passion that important? Silence greeted his words. When he brought his head up to look at Da Vinci, he was struck by how hostile her expression had gone. It wasn't immediately obvious, the placid smile on her face had remained rather unchanged. But it was her eyes that revealed the fury she was clearly feeling at the moment. Combined with the true bloodlust that she was releasing into the room, he was sure that she would launch herself at him any second. Fortunately, she did not. The fury abated and the murderous aura simmered away into nothing. You cannot call it a gift if there isn't passion. She answered with a quiet tone, then rolled her eyes and huffed. All right, that is an exaggeration. You could still call it a gift through the definition, but that's just empty words. A hollow definition. A real gift has some love thrown in there. Love. With a wide smile, she leaned forwards and pointed towards his face. Love. The sort that is felt when you bestow a gift onto another. Where there is no need for words to get across your appreciation for them, as your work does it all for you. That is what it means to give someone a gift. He did not understand. He was giving Nobunaga something that she had expressed an interest in and was making it with his own hands rather than having another make it. What more did he need to do by this point? Rather, he was only making it with his hands because it was expected of him. If he was going to give something to someone, then it should be something that he made rather than something he found or had another make. Perhaps if it had been another day, he would have asked Da Vinci to create it, but this was Valentine's Day and everything he knew about it told him that it was only proper that he make the gift. So what was he missing? You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Ash could only nod his head in silence at her words. There was a sigh, short but weighty. I suppose I should have expected that. You're not used to this sort of thing. Not in a real way, at least. Then again, sometimes people need to go through it to really understand. Explaining love is something that no one can ever really do. That was disappointing. He had hoped to get a straight answer. But I think you're putting too much focus on the angle of perfection. She continued onwards. But I've never had to worry about such a thing before. How fortunate of you. A light huff of mirth from the caster as she rose up from her seated position and moved around the room once more. Have you given much thought to what sort of design the cups and kettle are going to have? Or will it just be plain tea colors? He paused for a moment, then continued work. They are a gift for Nobunaga, so I was going to put the emblem of the clan upon them. There was a small shuffle. He rose his head as Da Vinci turned towards him with brows raised up her forehead. There was that glimmer of pride in her eyes again before putting on a smile. Her hands fell upon her hips and her brows lowered themselves. With a soft chuckle she nodded her head up and down in approval. All right, that can be quite heartfelt, even if your heart doesn't seem to be in it all that much, or maybe it is and you don't quite realize it just yet. Removing his hands from the cup, he looked at it for a few moments, then shot a look towards the caster. She spared the cup a single glimpse before darting her eyes to him. What would you do if I were to say it was perfect? The sudden inquiry brought a raised brow from him. Then I would assume it was perfect and move on to the next one. And what if I was lying? He gave a slow blink. Why would you do that? With a shrug, she paced around the room. Perhaps I'm just eager to see you complete this. I might be tired of having you in my workshop and want you to leave as soon as possible. Or maybe I am trying to prove a point by saying that if you can't tell one way or another, why does it matter for anyone else? She turned back towards him, a pointed look on her face. These are not for me, so why does my opinion matter? Ash answered without hesitation. You are the artist between the two of us. I am asking for an objective assessment, and I do not believe you would lie over something like this. Da Vinci held his gaze for a few seconds, then snorted. No, I suppose I would not. Again, it's not bad. He nodded, then moved to destroy it and start again. Do you suppose Nobunaga would care? I would. He replied with a frown. It would unsettle me. Da Vinci made a small noise at his words, her pacing came to a halt and her head shifted, pursing his lips. Well, to each their own. I'll be sure to let you know when it's structurally perfect. Though I hope you won't start smashing them if you get the emblem wrong on the cups. Otherwise I really will kick you out. He believed her. I intended to practice on parchment before working on the final design. That's smart, she answered with a shrug, then went back to whatever had previously occupied her time as he went back to his own work. Ash kept silent and resumed his work, even as he heard the door open once more behind him and someone enter the room. How are things going in here? Ritska's voice came next, then the steps grew louder as the boy approached him from the left, though still standing behind him. That's looking pretty alright so far. I was never much good at pottery. Did you ever try? Da Vinci asked with a hint of mirth. The silence of Ritska was answer enough. You should give it a go when you get the opportunity. You're only saying that because you're an artist. Ritska answered with no real heat. He stepped around Ash and towards the caster with arms folded. I could tell you that I was never good at painting and you'd probably hand me a brush set. Da Vinci perked up. Well, yes, but your wording implies that you are good at painting. I'm passable. Stressing the word, Ritska held up his hands before lowering them. And has it just been you two in here? I'd have thought there might have been a couple of others popping in and out for varying reasons. Oh, and why would you think that? Ash looked up at the question. Da Vinci had a point. Why would she have been expecting more visitors at this time rather than any other time? Ritska looked oddly at her before he continued. Well, it is close to Valentine's Day and pretty much everyone else has been in a rush to do something. I mean, they haven't said anything but I've spotted Marie and Nero busying themselves away. I did ask Nero and she just told me to wait and see with this giddy expression. Da Vinci rolled her eyes at that, clearly finding something amusing. And Marie? With a shrug, Ritska turned his head. She answered much the same but also made me promise to not tell the director she was doing anything. So I've got the impression that someone is going to have a very busy Valentine's Day. Within moments, both Da Vinci and Ritska were mirroring one another's smiles. Ash, meanwhile, realized something. Then he grimaced. It never occurred to me to make anything for Olga. He had not meant to say it aloud, but he had done so all the same. Within moments, both Da Vinci and Ritska had turned their heads to look at him. Hints of surprise lasted mere moments before the two of them wore understanding expressions. Though the former could be seen more for the latter, her head nodded down to the tea set. You appear to have your hands full with that already. If you start looking for perfection in everything you do, you'll be looking for a long time. Ash wanted to retort to that, but no words came to mind. Instead he grimaced and looked down. The words of Da Vinci rang true. The time of the tea set was already looking to cut close to the day of Valentine's. Now he needed to concern himself with gifts for both Olga and Ritska as well, mashed two at this rate. It was hardly as though he could ignore them now that he had come to consider them. Much the same as with Romani, the man required something for his aid and it was expected of him to provide something to his allies. That was the right thing to do. He paused. Ritska had been practicing archery as a hobby, perhaps he could have a bow made for the boy. Yes, that would be suitable and was something that Ash was much more familiar with. He was certain that Ritska would appreciate it all the same as well. Yes, Ritska would get a bow from him. And Mash would get. What did Mash even like? What did Mash hate? He knew next to nothing about her. Much as with Olga, Romani liked food, that had been apparent. And he had liked female sorcerers, that was similarly known to him. As well as whomever this Magi Mari individual was, but that remained the extent of his knowledge towards them. What did they like? What did they dislike? What were their thoughts for this holiday? To be honest, I've been having a blank on what to give the director as well. The words of Ritska pulled him from his trance, his eyes flickered to the dark-haired boy as he gestured to himself. His focus shifting between Ash and Da Vinci with a hint of guilt on his face. I was going to head into the kitchens and bake up some cookies for everyone along with Sigward, but I get the feeling that the director would. I mean, I know she would appreciate them, but I feel like I should give her something a bit more than some cookies. Though I've been drawing a blank on it. Da Vinci, for whatever reason, started to smile a bit brighter after that. Perhaps you should pay a visit with Berserker. She spoke, an odd warmth in her words. There is nothing to say that a Valentine's gift cannot come from two people at the same time, after all. Ritsuko was silent after that, then his eyes widened and looked to Da Vinci with fresh surprise before his face grew resolute. His head nodded once as he looked back towards Ash and opened his mouth to speak, then paused and gathered himself. I'll ask Berserker if we can team up for the director. Do you want to join in as well? Did he want to? He was expected to. I do not yet know how long this shall take to complete and I would prefer not to be distracted away from it. He answered instead, keeping his voice flat as he continued work on his cup. There was a slight pause after his words before he spoke further. I would not wish to keep you and Berserker waiting on my arrival when it is not a guarantee. He would think of something, that much he knew of. He just needed the time for it, and he could not divide his attention between one gift and the other. Ritsuko nodded his head in the corner of his gaze. All right then, good luck with your tea set, Ash. I think it's going well. I'll see you later, Da Vinci. And with that, Ritsuko departed the room and left them alone. It was not even a few moments later before Ash spoke up. You have known Mash some time, yes. He could feel the weight of Da Vinci's stare on the side of his head, then she nodded silently. Do you have some idea as to where her inclinations lie? Her enjoyments? Thinking of giving her a Valentine's present now. A chuckle from the caster, there was a teasing lit in her voice. Careful now, Roman would get the wrong idea if he heard you asking about that. Ash looked at her, unblinking. With a weary sigh, Da Vinci wore a pout and folded her arms. You're not all that fun to tease, you know. What was he to say as a response to that? Nothing sprang to mind, thus he returned his attention to the clay and ignored the caster. If she was not going to answer his question. She likes to read. He paused for a moment at her words, saying nothing but inclining his head towards the voice of the woman. She's rather enamored with it, a lot of mystery books. Continuing onwards, Da Vinci gave a light chuckle. Those are her favorite. The Sherlock Holmes books, same with some history books as well. Anything she could get her hands on in regards to the world. It makes sense when you realize she hasn't been out all that much, but that's what she likes. Ash kept silent. Perhaps if he had the same ability to read, he would have done the same. Pity. I do not know how to grant a gift to a girl who can do what I cannot. He replied with a grunt, feeling a swell of disappointment form up within him. Disappointment and anger. It was a flash of a thing inside of him, white-hot and aimed solely towards himself, then it simmered away into nothing. He felt cold once again. Mash would appreciate anything you gave her. Perhaps, he answered, raising his head to meet the eyes of Da Vinci. But how often would she use it? There was a softness in the eyes of the woman as she paced towards him, coming to a stop and folding her arms. Her eyes held no judgment nor disapproval, merely a trace of something inside of them that he could not place. They stared at one another for moments, stretching on. How about a bookmark? Ash did not blink, but there was the urge to. Instead he furrowed his brows and turned his fully on the woman. A bookmark. She nodded her head, elaborating after a moment. It's a small little patterned item that someone had to remember their place in a book. You put it between the pages so you never lose track of where you had gotten up to. With a shrug, she turned about and strode to the other side of the room. Rather, that is just a suggestion. You shouldn't feel compelled to do it, but if you want something that Mash would use again and again. Her words trailed off, but the answer hung in the air as though it had been spoken. Ash pondered the suggestion. He would have preferred to come to the conclusion himself, but he had no idea what Mash did and did not like. Asking her would have been out of the question because it doubtless would have tipped her off, and he didn't know her quite as well as he knew Nobunaga. He wasn't sure they had shared a proper conversation in quite a while. A bookmark. Do you have any too? He brought his head up and stopped speaking, staring blankly at the strips of fabric, parchment and some manner of wood held in the hands of Da Vinci. Both her lips and her eyes dancing with mirth, having clearly come to the answer before he could actually say anything. He did not reach out for them, on account of his hands being covered in clay, but he studied the designs. His head nodded up and down. I'll just leave these over here for you. The caster spoke, moving to place them down on the small stool where she had been initially sitting, giving them a light tap before striding away. Now then, I'll be here to check on your progress with the clay cups, but I might need to pop out every now and again. Try not to break anything in the time that I am gone. I had intended to wait for you to return during such times. That got her to pause, then she turned back and looked down at him with a raised brow. You mean you'd have just sat there in silence and watched the clay dry? Yes. I'm not even sure why I'm surprised at that. Neither was he. Mash didn't know that much about chocolate. Hence why she was consulting the books of Chaldea, but even that didn't translate all that well between the two of them. This is a rather troublesome thing. Her eyes turned to the Guinevere. The low mutter of the goddess had barely caught her ears. Mash had opened her mouth to ask what the problem was, but her words died on the tip of her tongue as she watched the goddess step closer towards her. Guinevere was not looking at her, instead she was fiddling around the apron that she was attempting to put on. Attempting being the optimal word. On account of her stature, the goddess was quite a bit far removed from what had been expected for the sort of person who would normally have worn the apron. Which meant that tying it up around the back was proving to be a bit of a challenge. But it wasn't truly the problem of the waist of the goddess. It was something else. Mash rolled her lips inwards and immediately turned her head, fighting back the heat that had otherwise been creeping up her cheeks as she had glimpsed the sight. That being the chest of the goddess being too expansive to actually let her wear the apron properly. Now she was aware of it, the sound of straining fabric was like an alarm in her ears. The protests of the cloth making as it was stretched far beyond what it was comfortable with, the thought that any second now, she would hear ripping sound danced away in her head. With a quick breath, she shook her head and turned back to the goddess, still fumbling with a rather irritated frown on her face. Mash stepped forwards and raised her hand towards the taller woman. Guinevere-san, do you need some help? Golden eyes flickered upwards, then the goddess shot her a thankful smile and nodded her head, her arms releasing the straps at the back and letting them flop down to the side. Mash approached and came around behind the goddess, taking the straps and pulling them across. She paused when the sound of straining fabric reached her ears once more. It's not too tight, is it? Your concern is appreciated, but you worry over nothing. Guinevere replied smoothly, there was no disguising the amusement in her words. I've worn tighter gowns than this in my life and they never once tore themselves asunder, but they were made for my form. I suppose this was designed with the body of a pygmy in mind. Mash could only nod her head, not that the goddess could see. We don't really get people as tall as you, Guinevere-san. She answered, pulling the straps across and giving a light frown. Though they did reach one another, the length of the spare strap wasn't quite what she had hoped it would be, though it would form together at least. With a greater tug, she pulled them together and tied it across. With one final tug the knot was completed and she stepped back, watching for several tense seconds to see if the join would hold or if it would come undone. When nothing happened, Mash allowed herself to release a breath she did not know she had been holding. Once satisfied that the apron was not going to fly away, the girl stepped back around to the front of the goddess, soon finding herself faced with the beaming face of the taller woman, who then reached a hand down and patted Mash twice on the left shoulder as thanks. Her eyes flickered towards the book they had brought with them, stepping forwards and flicking up the sleeves of her dress without even touching them. They held themselves there with no real contact with anything. Mash supposed it was some sort of magical influence of the goddess. Have you done something like this before, Guinevere-san? It was something that tickled at her mind when she had heard the offer of the goddess, whether or not she had any interactions with kitchens in the past. She would have assumed no, both on account of Guinevere being a queen and a goddess as well. Even before her ascension to a throne, she would have still been a princess. Mash was sure it wasn't common for princesses or queens to frequent kitchens. Guinevere turned her head and looked down. A thoughtful expression briefly crossed her face before it was replaced with a smile. Perhaps once more twice in my more rebellious youth. sneaking away into the kitchens while eyes were elsewhere. It was a far easier thing back then. Not hiding her surprise, Mash blinked as she looked up at the woman. A low laugh from Guinevere came next. The woman gestured to herself. Yes, I suppose I would not have looked it. I will defend myself and say rarely was it my idea, often such notions were born of my younger siblings. Philionor and Gwyndolin both, though it hardly often would you find it being a case of the latter. Mash recalled Philionor briefly, then tilted her head. The idea of the diminutive goddess charging into the kitchens, or sneaking being the more apt word, did not strike her as being surprising. But that was born of first impressions with the goddess, and they had been a bit, Mash did not want to say immature, perhaps free-spirited would have been a better word. I see, she hummed, nodding her head along with the words. But have you tried this sort of thing before? Baking, I mean. Guinevere remained silent for a couple of seconds. When her words came, they were slow and measured. I do not see where the great challenge would come from. There was a rich confidence in her voice that almost convinced Mash to side with her that there would be no problem. If it was possible for the servants of Anor Londo and other lands to master it, if the undead who walks these kitchens without the capacity for taste can master it, then I do not see why I would be an exception. Mash felt an odd sense of foreboding but quickly buried it. Her hands clenched into fists, bringing them up and holding them close to her chest. With a resolute nod of the head, she found herself drawn by the words of Guinevere and the aura she let out. I'm sure that we can persevere through this either way, Guinevere-san. The goddess let out a smooth laugh, sweet like honey. With a determination such as yours, Mash-senpai, I have every confidence that we shall see it finished within the first attempt. Though, for now, perhaps we should make an effort into it. Mash tightened her face, then moved for the book and leaned over it. The shadow of Guinevere fell over herself and the book, the pair of them soon reading from the pages. She had decided to make a small cake. Mainly because they could not make chocolate from scratch without cocoa beans and, unfortunately, Chaldea did not have any of those. Nor did she think it was really appropriate to warrant a trip into South America just so they could swipe some of the cocoa plants for that purpose alone. Regardless, with herself and Guinevere working together on this, she was sure it would go well. The desire for the earth to open up and swallow her whole was not something she was accustomed to. But she was sure that this was it. Her eyes remained fixed upon the ground, raising them up was something that she dared not do. The sound of footsteps in front of her, the steel-lined boots against the cold metal floor, was like the drums sounding her doom. Each one went off with the force of a cannon, having her flinch with each step. She was not sure how Guinevere was handling it, but she was certain it was not very well. Her curiosity got the better of her. Slowly her eyes turned to the right and raised themselves up. Greeted by the sight of the goddess sitting beside her, hair dropped down to cover her face and eyes blank, lips were pulled tight and there was no hiding the fists that had been formed, currently resting on the lap of the tall woman. It might have been on account of the mixture which was stained across the front of her apron. And in her hair. Mash was sure she was no better, still certain there were traces of the mixture on her glasses that she hadn't managed to get. And despite her best efforts, there was still some eggshell under her fingernails. The long and weary sigh had her flinch, her eyes shot back to the floor as the footsteps drew closer and closer. It was not until she could see them in the periphery of her vision that she dared to do anything. Slowly but surely, her gaze pulled itself upwards and past the black trousers of the man. Moving over the darkened combat vest and finally settling on the tanned face that looked down at her, toned arms folded over and an expression devoid of emotion in the face of the archer. Steel gray eyes looked at her, then towards the goddess for a few seconds before back towards her. Archer said nothing, he had said nothing since he arrived. That was perhaps the worst part about it. He stepped backwards and then turned around. Mash managed to keep herself from flinching as Boudica appeared from further within the kitchen, nursing her brows as if she had been struck with a large headache. "We've scraped the last of it off the lights," were the first words from the exasperated rider. "But I think they managed to lose half an egg down the side of the countertop. Someone probably slipped in it." Mash saw Guinevere flinch out of the corner of her eye but said nothing. It seemed none but her noticed it. And the dropped flour ended up in half of the stacked pans. It could have been worse, the sugar didn't burn that badly at least. The recipe hadn't even called for them to cook sugar like that. But the suggestion of including caramel had seemed to be an appealing one, and she knew it to be melted sugar, and one thing had led to another. It wasn't until the sugar had turned black and looked to be more akin to tar that she and Guinevere had been left with the impression that something was wrong. And then the smell hit, and that couldn't be disguised. All right. The first words from Archer were delivered with all the strength of a man rising from a coma. I'll be there to help you out in a moment. Mash could feel the stare at the top of her head, her eyes raised and met steel gray once more. Archer did not blink, and for several seconds, neither did she. Then she did and looked away. Archer exhaled, bringing up a hand and rubbing away at his face for a few moments. This is not the worst disaster to have befallen a kitchen. Lest we forget the time that a certain someone decided to just grind up raw potatoes and call it food. There hadn't been a single person in Chaldea who hadn't heard of that. Or when he thought to cook by throwing fires at the worktop. There had been that incident as well. But don't be mistaken for believing that this is somehow acceptable. He sounded more disappointed than angry, which might have made her feel a little worse. What strikes me is that you have the recipe book right in front of you, and I cannot, for the life of me, understand how you managed to mess up this badly. Archer walks forwards, moving past her and towards the countertop where the book still resided. I can only assume that it was a mixture of overconfidence and unfamiliarity with the procedures. There had certainly been that, yes. Guinevere had never used an electric mixer before and had accidentally set it onto maximum. The result was far from pretty. Sorry, Archer-san. It was the only thing she could say, snapping her eyes to the back of his head and opening her mouth to say something. The words died on her lips when he turned around to face her, face still devoid of emotion. What was she to say? Ask him to give her another chance. After this disaster, she wouldn't have been surprised if he outright banned them from the kitchens. Next time. Next time. Archer raised a slow brow. She winced, biting her lower lip as she prepared herself for the expected punishment. You're still determined, are you? Archer continued onwards, ignorant to her turmoil. All right then. She blinked, then straightened. That wasn't what she had been expecting. Archer snorted as he stared at her, a wry smirk slowly forming on his lips. What's with that expression? Do I truly strike you as the sort of heartless monster that would banish you from the kitchens so close to a certain day? I'm sorry to say that my heart isn't quite as black as you expect of me. Mash felt herself flush. That wasn't what I was, that is to that say I. Black-hearted. Guinevere remarked with scoff. Mash turned to the goddess as she stood up and flicked her hand. The mess which had clung to her was whipped away from her body, figure turning as pristine as it had ever been. I would decry you as such, to mock the heart of a young maiden with such ease. Guinevere continued onwards, aiming a narrowed gaze towards the tanned man. Or perhaps, Bowman, your eyes are not quite so keen. How else might one describe your ignorance to the girl who wears her heart as if it were a sleeve for her? Mash winced and looked between the two of them for a couple of seconds. Archer's smirk only seemed to grow at the words of the goddess, a worrying outcome. Before anything else could be said, there was the sound of someone clearing their throat. The eyes of the trio turned on Boudica. The writer stood with a fist before her mouth and a disapproving look on her face. Lowering the hand, she clapped hers together before speaking with a pointed expression. The kitchen is in dire enough state without anyone starting fights. Boudica turned her eyes onto Archer and frowned. And I realize you have a certain brand of humor, but there is a time and a place for it. She was clearly guilty enough as it was without you throwing terror into the mix. Archer gave an unashamed shrug of the shoulders. I merely posed a question, she was the one with the mistaken opinions about me. Boudica rolled her eyes, then she was crouching down in front of Mash before the girl really took notice of her. With a gentle smile, Boudica took Mash's hands between her own and held them tight, acutely aware of the warmth within them and upon the face of the writer, the gentle smile on her face and the reassurance in the deep blue eyes. Don't feel too bad. There have been plenty who have done worse for a first attempt and not everyone starts out as perfect. Pulling a hand away, Boudica raised it up and rubbed her knuckle across Mash's cheek in a comforting manner. Don't think about how you're going to mess up, because then you probably will, and we're not about to throw you out because of one little series of mistakes. You'll have as much time as you need to, alright. Mash remained silent, but she gave a slow nod of the head and felt her shoulders drop a little. Relief coursed through her at the words of Boudica. The writer smiled a bit brighter as she stood up and released Mash's hands, stepping backwards and turning her attention onto Guinevere. The smile slipped over her face so quickly Mash thought it had dropped onto the floor. Where once there had been warmth, there was now only icy coldness. The transition was so startling that Mash found herself frozen by the gaze that lacked any hint of kindness to it. Just as quickly as it had been there, it vanished as Boudica looked to her. Myself and Archer will be nearby if you think you need the help. Don't hesitate to call out to either of us if you're in trouble. A dry snort from Archer off at the side. Be sure to shout loudly, my eyes aren't all that keen, I'm afraid. Mash did not fail to notice the twitch of Guinevere's brow. Somehow this was turning into a more stressful situation than she would have hoped. This wasn't going as Verndari expected it to go. Her head turned left and right as she stared at the others who were sitting in the forge, most of whom had apparently come to the same idea as her. So who are you giving the sword to? Why do you ask? Just curious. Verndari debated for a moment whether or not to answer the man, then decided there would be little harm in it. So long as they did not openly speak of such things, her eyes lingered on them for a few moments before she spoke again. I assume you would not spread this news around like a tavern wench. The blue-haired man tore his eyes away from the weapon he had been working on, a simple spear, and looked at her with a blank gaze for a few moments. Then gradually raised a brow as if in disbelief that she had even asked him that question. Sir Gareth, if you must know. The little lass. I could have guessed that. The lancer muttered with a faint smirk on his lips, then went back to carving a small pattern into the spear just under the head. She paid little attention to it, but there was something that she was a bit intrigued about. Who are you planning on giving the spear to? Yu Chilane wasn't long in answering. Master. Verndari briefly paused, turning her head and raising a brow behind her helm. Our lord. He answered without looking up. He's almost a man now and doesn't have a spear or a sword of his own. I was younger than him when I killed my first man, not that I'm expecting him to do the same, but there's nothing wrong with a man owning a spear. Or a shield. The other from across the room spoke, then came the hefty thuds of a hammer upon metal ringing out. The voice of the broad-chested man came in the interval between each thud. For it was the nature. Thud. Of a Spartan warrior. Thud. To come back with his shield. Thud. Or upon it. Another thud, then a reprieve as Leonidas raised a hand and wiped his brow clean, looking up and towards them. Besides, if the woman of snow-white hair can train with the spear and the sword, then why should our own master be exempt from such things? There might come a time when he has a servant that works in a similar manner, even if it does not, then there is always tranquility to be found with mastering the way of the weapon. Verndari could not fault him for that. There was a decided lack of the humans of Chaldea mastering sword play, but they were sorcerers and scholars. Then again, even the most book-focused scholar knew how to throw a punch. At least in her experience with the sword. Besides, Leonidas gave a wide grin. There is an opportunity for him and Kyrillite to bond over the shield. Nothing brings soldiers closer together like the battlefield, and if you cannot trust your shield brother, then whom can you trust? Wise words. She found herself muttering as she turned to the forge, tongs gripped in her hand as she pulled the red-hot metal from out of it. Frowning at the shape before she brought it down to the anvil and raised up her own hammer. The strokes fell rather heavily, a bit clumsy as well. All too aware of the silent vigil from the forgemaster who had been gracious enough to allow them entry. I'd rather go with a spear myself. Yu Chilane spoke up. Never met a woman who wasn't impressed by a man who could throw a spear far. I doubt that our Lord is going to use the spear to court maidens. HMPH. We'll see. Cu Chalain remarked with a grunt. She assumed he would have shrugged his shoulders as well. Though it's good for practice as well. Focuses the mind on something, gets you nice and fit and all when you're swinging something about. Though it would be best if my teacher didn't see it. Vrindari could only hum. She'd heard much of this Scathach but had not seen much of her. By all accounts they were a warrior queen of great skill. Perhaps even greater skill than the man she was in the room with at the moment as well, who himself was regarded as one of the greatest warriors in history. She had not fought him, so she could not take measure of him herself. But, perhaps it would be worth the time to spar with this Scathach to see what her skill was. There were few female warriors Vrindari had met. A hiss from the door, heads turned towards it. Vrindari froze. The cloud of smoke took one step into the room and froze as well. The bright red visor locked onto her and did not so much as move an inch. Arrrrrrrr. The growl from Sir Lancelot was far from threatening, perhaps one might have called disarming. Either way, with a loose posture and without a weapon, it was clear that he had not expected to find her here. With no sign of her moving, Lancelot turned and marched towards André, pausing before the smith and giving a slight incline of the head before raising a hand and pointing towards the forge as well. André could only scoff loudly. "Go ahead," the man muttered, then brought up a hand and scratched his beard. Seems as though everyone fancies themselves a smith as of late. Lancelot turned without a noise, then marched towards the forge. Not once did Vrindari part her eyes from him. Then Lancelot brought his helm up and stared at her. It was only a brief contact but it was enough for her to turn her head back down and ignore him. Focusing only on her work as she continued to hammer away at the sword, though this time with a touch more emotion in her swings. She knew not what Lancelot was doing, but she did not bring herself to care. Thinking only of what she was doing for Gareth, she ignored the knight and resumed her work. Pointedly ignoring as Lancelot started to work on his own work beside her. Valentine's. IV. Ritzka was honestly surprised with the speed at which it took him to actually find Berserker. His journey led him to one of the few common rooms in Chaldea, not that people frequented it all that much, but it made for relaxation. Or so he assumed, having never really been here until now. He doubted the servant had been trying to seclude himself from everyone, but it was a bit more challenging than he had initially been expecting. Still, when he did find Berserker, or rather, Calamate, he stopped and stared at them with a raised eyebrow. If only because of the company they were currently keeping. Not that he disapproved, but he was a bit surprised all the same. Striding towards the pair, he glanced between the two of them while ensuring he didn't do anything to startle them. Only when he was close enough to call out did he do so. "Hey, guys." The two turned their heads towards Ritzka. Berserker blinked once, then turned his head at an angle in a move that reminded him more of a small dog. Whereas the person sat beside him, Altera, barely looked up from the table she was sat at, merely nodding her head silently towards him before she went back to doing whatever it was that she had been doing. Now close enough to the pair, he leaned forwards and looked over the table they were at. It appeared as though the saber had raided the supply cupboard from some of their boons from the Singularities they had been to. A mixture of teeth, bone and other assorted parts strewn out in front of her. A somewhat macabre image, but there was something about the focus of the servant that gave him some time to pause. Bringing his hand up and cupping his chin, he looked over the work with a newfound sense of intrigue. By all accounts, it looked like some sort of odd ritual. Though the closer he examined it, the more it looked as though the saber was attempting to make some manner of staff. His eyes lingered on her work for a couple of seconds, then he darted his eyes towards Calamate and locked gazes with the Berserker. Neither of them said much of anything for a couple of moments. A somewhat awkward silence stretched on between them before Ritzka cleared his throat. "How are you doing?" Berserker gave a slow blink, then quickly jerked into a response. "Ah, I am fine at the moment. A bit troubled with my work but fine. How are you doing?" "Doing good," Ritzka replied slowly, clapping his hands together once and then rocking back and forth on his heels. Lips came in and out before a breath escaped him. Probably in the same boat as you. Da Vinci sent me to you when I was thinking about making something for the director. The moment the words passed his lips, he saw Berserker straighten, the mismatched eyes burned with understanding. I see. Then you were also stuck on this Valentine's affair. I was trying to think of something that my brothers and sisters liked, but I could not really come up with anything. With a rather meek look on his face, Berserker raised his left hand, scratching at the back of his nape and looking at the table. I was a bit surprised that Altera could come up with something. The mention of the saber took Ritsuka's attention back towards her, a brow raised and he leaned forwards. What are you making anyway, Altera? Because it looks a bit like a staff to me. It is. The curt response from the saber came with the sound of tape being pulled. The duct tape wrapped around the two bones and was pulled clean. The saber held up her newfound creation, two bones tapped together, and then gave a single nod of the head without making a sound. Ritsuka turned his eyes to meet Calamate's once more. The Berserker was happily smiling away. Is it for Beatrice? That got Altera to stop working. Her eyes slowly turned towards him and her brow pinched just a little. How did you know that? Ritsuka could only shrug. You seem to hang out a lot with her and she's a mage who uses a staff, and then you're making a staff. Oh. Altera replied, looking down at her creation and then making a small noise. You are correct. This is for Betty. Ritsuka suppressed a coy smile at the use of the nickname. I see. I'm sure she'll love it. Altera's reply was only an unsure hum, one that made Ritsuka's brows furrow a little. Something the matter? He asked. Valentine's Day is for giving chocolates. The saber replied slowly. And sweets are good civilization, but Betty cannot taste sweets. Which means she cannot enjoy good civilization. That is why I decided on a staff, but staffs are used to destroy things. I am not certain that Betty enjoys destroying things. Raising her head, the saber looked at him with the same sort of lost expression that Ash wore. Is it good civilization to not give someone chocolate if they cannot taste it? Ritsuka scratched the underside of his chin. Ash is currently away making a tea set for someone out of clay for Valentine's Day, but really, I think the whole point of the day is to give something to someone to show your appreciation. Sure, it can be chocolates, and that's the more traditional thing that people do, but it doesn't have to be chocolates. He paused, then shrugged. At least, that's what I think. With a gesture towards the staff, he smiled. Betty likes her magic and studying for more than just fighting. I think we both know that, so something like this, I think she really would appreciate it. Though if you're worried about it, you can always make her some chocolates as well. Altera turned her head. But what about the taste? Just ask Sigward to put some estus into the mold or something. It seemed a simple enough solution for him, and it was what he was going to do for some of the chocolates as well. It might not make them taste it, but estus has other effects besides that. She'd get some sense of enjoyment from it at the end of the day. With a thoughtful look, the saber turned her gaze back to her own work and fell into a silence. When it became clear to him that she would not be answering any time soon, his attention drifted back towards Calamate. Yeah, I figured that because you were the director's servant, and because of Da Vinci, you'd probably know more about what to give her than I would. The response he got was a confused stare. Olga, she does not speak with me often, if at all, we pass one another at times, but she does not approach me. Though that is understandable, I'm not really worth being approached. He frowned at the self-depreciation of the servant, shaking his head from side to side. None of that, Berserker. I'm sure the director has a lot on her plate at the moment. I rarely meet her outside of work situations as well, she's sort of like that, but yeah. I suppose we're both a little lost then, aren't we? Berserker wore a glum look as he nodded his head up and down, then it shifted and his eyes flickered towards Ritsuka. What do you know of what Vinci likes? Da Vinci. Ritsuka rolled his jaw, smacking his lips twice. You know, that's hard to say. I think she'd be the sort to appreciate anything you gave her, but I figure that one thing she really does like is anything creative. Arts and craft, that sort of thing. Calamate nodded his head. I thought as much, she seemed to like the Christmas present I gave her, but I did not want to assume. Ritska perked up. You gave her a Christmas present. That sounds lovely, what was it? A small falling star. That's adorable. The words slipped out before he could really control himself, wincing at the look he got from the berserker. One of confusion rather than of indignation, which was a good thing for him. But yeah, that sort of thing. Although I figure she would probably enjoy the romance aspect of Valentine's. In which case, chocolate would be your best bet for her. Calamate rolled his jaw and looked down, his hands drummed up and down on the table with a rather erratic pace. I have no experience in such things. I don't have a lot of experience either. Ritska admitted with a chuckle. But it's worth the attempt. Arts and craft. The berserker interrupted him, an odd note in the tone of the blonde as he squinted his eyes at something in the distance. Making things, I believe Vinci would appreciate that more and, the experience would be better for me. I think. Rather, it is something I want to do. Make something that lasts, I mean. Holding up his hands, Ritska smiled down at the servant as he turned his head to look up. That is perfectly fine. Like I said, Da Vinci would probably love anything someone gave her if she could feel the passion behind it. Though, if you're up for it, I'd be happy to help you with making up a gift for the director. For Olga. Tilting his head, Calamate wore a puzzled frown. I thought no, I would welcome the help. Sharply rising from his seat, Ritska stumbled backwards as the blonde was suddenly looming over him. A heavy hand fell on his left shoulder and then he was jerked forwards. Before he could even register what was going on, he suddenly found himself pulled shoulder to shoulder with Calamate, all while the servant was smiling broadly. Which also showed off his sharpened teeth. I would welcome any help from my brother. Calamate declared with a light tone of voice. And I am sure that the two of us can manage something for Olga. In exchange, I would help you with any gift you are preparing to make for a friend of yours. That is only fair, yes. Oh. Well, if you're offering then sure, I wouldn't mind it. Excellent. Calamate smiled wider before clapping Ritska on the shoulder. He flinched at the spike of pain that shot through him. His own smile strained a little at the effort but quickly managed to fight through it. It seemed as though Calamate did not notice his own strength. Then again, given the fact Ritska had not died, he supposed this might be as gentle as the berserker could manage it. Blackbeard had expected the ideas to fall upon him and his group like rain fell upon the trees during a storm. Evidently there must have been a strong wind, because all of the promised ideas seemed to have been blown away from them without ever making landfall. The end result being the three of them sitting around one another in silence, which had now been approaching a full hour. It was becoming increasingly awkward for even him. Sue. His voice attracted the attention of the other two at the table, their heads turned towards him in pure silence. His tongue felt like a lead weight in his mouth, his eyes dropped down. Fingers drummed against the table. This is stupid. Wholeheartedly, he agreed with the words of Havel and nodded his head towards the tall stone-plated man. What had started as a great idea, in his own mind, had quickly run aground and left them stranded upon the island of broken dreams and waylaid plans. He doubted that he would have been able to ask for the input of the others on the table. One was a berserker and he could only rub two brain cells together to give out some wheezed sentence. And the other didn't really speak at all. All right, so I wasn't expecting the kitchen to actually be used. Holding up his hands, he leaned back into his chair and admitted the honest truth. Havel stared long and hard. A holiday. About giving. Hand-made food. Blackbeard inferred what the man meant, then grimaced deeply and dipped his eyes to the table. Grumbling to himself and folding his arms over his chest. All right, I expected the kitchen to be bad but I wasn't expecting to see a full-blown goddess and Mashumalo camped out in there. Clearly she is making some chocolates for master. His head dropped forwards, thudding against the table. I'm so jealous, handmade chocolates from a pretty girl and a MILF. Even if her personality did set off every single red flag in his head. If she was so evil, why was she so hot? One of the great questions of the world. Havel made a noise, one that sounded like a mixture of disgust and, no, it was just disgust. Blackbeard knew the effect he had on people and, quite frankly, he was perfectly alright with someone like this guy giving him a disgusted look. It meant that he was doing something right. Especially because this guy, weirdly enough, was some sort of priest or something. Though he got the feeling that a confession with this guy would feel more like an interrogation. Bringing his head back up, he dropped his arms on the table and exhaled. Alright, so making chocolates for the time being seems to be out of the plan, but, cards. Valentine's Day cards aren't a bad idea, are they? It was a surprise it had not occurred to him before. He straightened, feeling the idea bubble and bloom in his head like a beautiful flower. A smile stretched across his lips, from ear to ear. That is exactly it. We're going to hand out Valentine's Day cards to every girl in Chaldea. That way they will feel obligated to give us something in return. Sure, it isn't as lovely as handmade chocolate, but who would ever reject the heartfelt words of a beautiful woman? Not me, that's for sure. A brief pause. Then he gave an addendum. Or a suitable feminine-looking guy, but, yeah. Havel was staring at him rather heavily now. Clearing his throat, he leaned forwards and tented his hands over the table. Alright, we're back in business, boys. We're beginning the 2.0 planning for the Bachelor Brigands and their plan to get some female attention. What's this I hear about women? A rather smooth and jovial voice sent him on alert, his head whipped towards the speaker and his eyes narrowed. Stepping out from the shadows, or as shadowy as it got in the bar, the lime-green hair of David was revealed to the world, twirling his shepherd's staff over his finger like some sort of cane. With a thin smile on his lips, the man closed in on the table and nodded towards Havel in greeting. Forgive me for eavesdropping, but I overheard some curious things about a group of 3 servants and, alas, I am a curious soul, thus, here I stand before you in what I can clearly see is your hour of need. Stepping forwards, David held his arms out and smiled. I understand you are looking to spread the love of the Lord on this upcoming day. Then it would only be right that you should have a humble shepherd with you to ensure the flock is properly tended to. I do have some experience with this sort of thing. Blackbeard pinched his brows. Yeah, right after I ask Lancelot to watch my wife while I'm on holiday. He shot back with a flat look. David jolted as if he had been slapped. His arms dropped down and he blinked several times with slightly wide eyes. That seems to be a cruel thing to say. I am offering to help you here, after all. Yeah, so when are you going to send me into battle so you can have all the girls to yourself? Another wince. Well, your critique of me is certainly wounding and I won't deny that. He glanced left and right, biting his lower lip for a moment. A breath escaped him and his shoulders dropped. David brought his head up with a different sort of smile. One that looked far more tired than before. I can't deny that sort of accusation. The best I can say is that I have moved on from such things and won't do it again. Blackbeard watched him with narrowed eyes, then nodded once. All right, but no NTR. We don't do that around here. Well, it depends. Depends. The weight of Havel's words fell upon him like a sledgehammer. He felt his face turn cold, doubtless because of the blood rushing out of it and leaving it ashen. Whipping around, he held up his hands in surrender and blurted out to the bishop. I mean, we don't like cheating spouses around here. No sir, we don't even tolerate cheating girlfriends. Especially if they were cheating on him. But if they were cheating on someone else with him then that was an entirely different story. Havel continued to look, then grunted and leaned back into the chair with a groan of wood. Crisis averted, he thought to himself. David merely laughed, as if he wasn't the cause for this entire topic in the first place. Blackbeard watched him for a moment longer, then shrugged his shoulders. All right, fine. Another bright smile from David, then he clapped his hands together, dismissing his staff as he did so, and looking across the table. Wonderful. Then perhaps we would do well to find ourselves some supplies first. I'm certain that the lovely Ms. Da Vinci would have something spare she could give us. Failing that, I'm sure that the magic to turn regular paper into colored paper wouldn't be too difficult. Grunting in affirmation, he sharply rose from his seated position. Come then, my crew. Pointing forwards, his finger shot towards the door. Our adventure awaits. Wait. Havel silenced him. Blackbeard turned his eyes on the man. Then lowered his arm as he watched the stone-plated bishop brought a mug towards the visor of his helmet. His belief that they would have poured the liquid through the gaps was fortunately put to rest when the berserker placed a straw in the mug. The mouth of it vanished into the depth of the visor. A loud slurp was heard as they watched the berserker drink in silence. Several seconds went past before the servant lowered the mug back onto the table and stood up. Blackbeard wasn't sure how he was supposed to feel about the priest downing a full pint of beer in less than 5 seconds through a straw. His eyes flickered to the berserker as he moved past them, stomping towards the door with heavy footfalls and giving zero indication that he had even drunk anything alcoholic in the least. With brows raised, Blackbeard turned to the other two in order to see what sort of reaction they were having. Sammy quietly drank his orange juice without saying a word. Blackbeard blinked. The juice floated out of the glass and vanished into the hood. All right, what the foo? And that is why we need paper, glitter, some little sequins and... A loud slapping sound had him stop talking, turning his head towards the direction of the noise. There was the blond guy, with his hand flat atop clay which had once been a cup. With an expression lacking any sort of emotion, he pulled his hand back and then picked up the clay, already going back to shaping it once more into a ball and dipping his hands into the water. Blackbeard stared for a few moments, then looked at the brunette woman. Da Vinci hadn't even so much as blinked through the sudden noise and was clearly acting as though nothing unusual was happening in the least. Keeping his gaze lingering on the Avenger for a few moments longer, Blackbeard eventually dismissed what was happening. Especially as it looked as though the blonde wasn't making anything that he himself would have been interested in. So yeah, we're making Valentine's Day cards and we need supplies. And I look like an arts and crafts store to you? Da Vinci queried, though her mirthful gaze betrayed her amusement at the situation, rather than indignation. Blackbeard rolled his eyes, dropping his hands to his hips. One of the most famous painters in the world. I'm willing to bet that you have something just lying around, either that or we start having to steal the printer paper and find some highlighters. The woman shuddered and leaned back, looking at him with an expression he had seen 100 times before on 100 different faces. Mild disgust. All right, I refuse to be a willing participant to whatever it is that you would have been making with that. I thought you said that it did not matter. Shut. Ash was barely able to get out a few words before Da Vinci thrust a hand towards him and mimed a mouth being closed, all while wearing the strained smile on her face. Blackbeard smirked at the caster, realizing he had finally achieved his victory. Da Vinci rolled her eyes and lowered her arm. All right, I can probably scrounge up some spare supplies for you to make some Valentine's cards with. Though, knowing you, I can guess the sort of recipients, so I'll do this on one condition. He suddenly felt much less triumphant. The smirk slid off his face as his shoulders dropped. You can have as much card, arts and crafts items as I can spare, so long as you're giving out equal measure to the men and women of Chaldea. A beat. And others. Blackbeard blinked twice, then leaned back and grimaced. Seriously? You want me to walk up to some armor-plated knight and give him a Valentine's Day card? What? Like that buff dude Siegfried? You want me to give him something covered in love hearts? That's just, have a heart. What about my public image? You mean aside from improving it? Da Vinci snorted and shook her head. Besides, I'm not saying you have to do it personally. Just as long as you are signing some of them and handing them out, or you can even do it anonymously. Just as long as not just the women are getting them, I'll be content. Oh, that wasn't as bad. And he had other people to do that sort of thing for him. He was planning on saving the top priority cards for the girls for himself anyway, so that was hardly a big stipulation. The smile came upon his face once again, throwing his hand forwards to shake the hand of the woman. You got yourself a deal. Da Vinci silently eyed his hand, then looked back at him with a flat expression. What? I washed it. He frowned. I'm not that disgusting. MMMMH. Da Vinci merely hummed and turned away from him, strolling across the room without another word. He folded his arms and pouted, turning towards the guy beside him and leaning towards them, his voice dropped into a low whisper. Seriously. What was up with that? You'd have thought that I'd dipped my hand in mud or something. I mean, you'd shake my hand, wouldn't you? There was nary a whisper from Havel. Nothing but a long silence as the berserker pointedly refused to answer anything he said. Instead they just seemed to be glowering at the location they were in. Helmet turning all across the room and with heavy arms folded over his chest. For a split second, it sounded as though they were growing like a dog. Or a bear. Blackbeard slowly leaned away from them. You'll have to forgive him. David spoke. Blackbeard turned on the lime green man as he hovered above the shoulders of Ash, looking down at the blonde with a thin smile on his face. Raising his head, David nodded towards Havel. He's not the biggest supporter of sorcerers or mages, so bringing him into the workshop of one probably wasn't the wisest of moves. Blackbeard squinted. Why am I learning about this now? David only raised his brows. I assumed it was common knowledge that most discovered when they first arrived. I had thought you would have been informed of it already, so I never thought to bring it up. I mean, I did think it was a rather odd thing to do, but I assumed you were going to play the role of mediator if things went badly. Mediator. He looked Havel up and down, then back towards the archer and sent the man a glare. David just hummed and went back to watching the progress of the blonde. Why did they bring this guy along again? Oh, right. Free help. Everything was quiet. Too quiet. Her eyes lingered on the door to her office, fingers drumming along the surface of her desk. Tap, 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 tap. Still nothing. She had been able to complete a dozen reports and read through twice as much paperwork during that time without anyone showing up in front of her to distract her work. There wasn't a single person who barged into her office to alert her to some sort of catastrophic situation or some newfound singularity. There was nothing. No disaster, no alarms, not even a welcome. It was almost too good to be true. Are you expecting trouble? Ah, yes. The one little thing that would have otherwise made this a perfect evening for her. Olga turned her eyes onto the servant sitting in the corner of the room. The pale-haired woman looked to her with deep indigo eyes, colored with slight intrigue and a hint of what could have been described as concern. Brynhilder turned her gaze from Olga to the door several times before stopping. You have been gazing at the door for some time now. Are you anticipating a visitor? Yes, she replied with an exhale, slumping back into her seat and furrowing her brows. I have been. With a hum, the woman went back to what she was doing. That was to say, nothing. The Valkyrie just leaned back into the chair and closed her eyes, resting her hands on her lap and assuming the posture and appearance of a statue. A very objectively attractive statue, but they were nothing more than furniture at this point in time. The only difference between Brynhilder and Stahl was that one of them still breathed. Olga wasn't sure while Brynhilder made her feel uneasy whereas Stahl was just accepted as part of the furniture. Maybe it was the physical appearance. That would have explained it for her. Her hands drummed along the table several more times before they stopped. She turned to the Valkyrie and raised a brow. Do you really intend to wait in my office until after Valentine's Day comes and goes? Brynhilder nodded her head, then spoke gently. It would be dangerous if I were to wander Chaldea. I could encounter those who. She trailed off, but Olga could infer what she meant. A grimace came upon her face. She knew why the Valkyrie was here. It had been explained to her by the woman in question, but she had not anticipated them spending the next week in her office and just sitting there doing nothing. While at first it had been easy to look past, it was getting increasingly disturbing for her. And you intend to sit there in silence? Brynhilder pursed her lips, opening her eyes and turning them towards Olga. Do you wish to start a conversation with me? I don't know, was all Olga could say in response to that. Her eyes dipped onto the desk. She didn't even know what sort of conversation she could have with the woman in the first place. They hadn't spoken much to one another and, according to Brynhildr, that was just fine for them. Rather, they had encouraged her to remain as distant as possible, but something about that felt incredibly backhanded. As though they were taking advantage of the many aspects that made her disliked around Chaldea. Despite what anyone said, she just knew that they still didn't look at her. Maybe things had gotten better after Scandinavia, but that was hardly much of an improvement to the general perception around the base. She had no doubt they were still laughing behind her back about that whole incident in the previous Singularity. Her eyes closed and she sharply stood up. There was a small shuffle from in front of her. When her eyes opened again, she saw that Brynhildr was now looking towards her with some small measure on intensity. "You can remain here if you wish for as long as you desire," was all she said, already stepping around her desk and marching towards the door. She just managed to get to it before the Valkyrie spoke up. "What do you intend to do, Master?" Olga stopped and wet her lips. "This is exactly the sort of frivolous stupidity that is going to be dropped on my doorstep and left for me to clear up. I'm going to scout out why Chaldea is being so quiet, and I'm going to prepare myself for the inevitable. If it is going to cause you such distress, would it not be easier to simply put a stop to it before it reached that point?" Olga let out a sharp snort and shook her head from side to side, shooting an exasperated smile towards the Lancer. "I would have greater luck holding back an avalanche than holding back whatever madness is being concocted, but this time, I am going to be ready for it." She hit the button and stepped into the hallway. "Bonjour," a voice sang down the hallway. Olga instantly flinched and turned towards it, opening her mouth to speak. Barely a word escaped her before Marie grabbed her by the shoulders and fixed her in place. Then before she could recover from that, the French queen leaned forwards and planted a swift kiss on her right cheek before doing the same on the left. Stepping back with a bright smile, the woman released her and skipped back down the hallway, humming all the while to herself and then calling back. "Just you wait." Olga stood there in silence. Her lips rolled inwards and her arms dropped down to her side, then placed themselves on her hips. She stood there for some time, she wasn't sure how much. Then she nodded her head once and turned around, walking back into her office and closing the door behind her. Already aware that the eyes of Brynhildr were upon her and the silent question lingering in the air. Pacing across the room, Olga held up her hand towards the Lancer and prevented them from speaking. Not until she sat down behind her desk did Olga eventually open her mouth and talk. "I'm sure they will manage without me." Hanlith flickered through picture after picture. The computer room of Chaldea, the one active one they actually had, wasn't turning out to be the boon that Hanlith had been hoping for. A sigh escaped her as she leaned back, then looked towards Chrysor. "Have you gotten anything?" All Chrysor did was give a low hum in response, all while she continued to wear a tired expression as they picked at the underneath of her nails. Legs strewn across the table and pausing intermittently to look her way before going back to picking away at her nails. Sometimes she would pick at her teeth when she wanted to spice things up. Hanlith slumped her shoulders. "You could at least look for the prettiest pictures, couldn't you? I know you don't have a lot of experience with this sort of stuff, but surely you can point out the really shiny ones." Chrysor just looked at her with half-lidded eyes. "Is this not your domain in the first place?" Hanlith wanted to deny that, but she couldn't. Instead she was content with just glowering at the saber for her words and then eventually sighed, turning her head away and folding her arms over her chest. "All right, yes, technically, but I've never planned parties before and I need to come up with a room for Uncle to copy. This would have been much easier with pharaohs. She could interpret what I meant when I asked for things. Unfortunately getting near the caster at the moment was difficult." "All right, but I'd appreciate your help," she pleaded further, "especially if you're coming to this with me." Chrysor sent her an odd look. "No, I'm not." Hanlith scoffed. "Yes, you are, Chris." "No," she denied. "I am not." "You are," Hanlith affirmed, putting as much confidence into her voice as she could. "You are going to be coming with me because if I have to attend the dance, then so do you." Chrysor curled her lip in obvious distaste. "Why do you have to attend?" A sigh escaped Hanlith, Her head dropped and she brought a hand up to nurse her brows. So that people are confident I'm not going to be doing anything this time. Also, if I'm holding an event like this, then I know my father and sister are going to be there, probably mother as well, and I can't just not attend. I'd never hear the end of it. That, and she felt compelled to invite her brother along to it. Not Alma. Her other brother. Chrysor just shrugged. Ignore them then, even if you can't, why do I have to come? Hanlith exhaled. Please. Closing her eyes, the saber let out a long and irritated sigh before shooting Hanlith an annoyed look. She could tell that the patience of Chris was already starting to wear thin, but at this point there was little else she could do. She was committed to this, and her name be damned if she did not get Chris involved and relaxed. I'll show up for the food. Hanlith felt as though a weight had been taken off her shoulders, a relieved smile spread across her face. I wasn't expecting you to dance, I'm certainly not going to be, and, well, I was only going to show up for the food myself. It felt a little embarrassing to admit that out loud, but it was the honest truth. She'd show up for the food and then find a nice little corner to go to sleep in, and that would be her maximum social interaction for the entire event sorted out. Chrysor closed her eyes and leaned back into her seat, taking a short breath before speaking. Those shiny rocks that hang down from the ceilings of caves. The ones that look like fangs. Hanlith perked up. There was something in the tone of Chrysor's voice that wasn't necessarily warm or approving, but it did sound nostalgic. Given what her past was like, then it was probably understandable. She was also aware of what the woman was talking about. Hastily pulling a notebook in front of her and scribbling down some rough sentences. A slight flicker on her divine senses, her eyes shot upwards as the presence grew closer. Chrysor sensed it was well, tensing and turning her head towards the door but making no effort to get her feet off the table. The door opened up, her uncle entered the room. Though not the one she had been expecting. This one had to duck down to step into the room with the door closing behind him, standing up straight and towering above the pair of them. Dull gold eyes flickered from one to the other for a couple of seconds, then a short sniff escaped him as he brought his hand up and adjusted the rather ratty-looking scarf around his neck. Hanlith wondered if he'd ever replaced or washed that thing. Uncle. It was a small greeting. Yet the second she uttered the words, she had the full attention of the taller god. His eyes narrowed for a moment before they closed. So you know then. Was it supposed to be a secret? Her eyes turned meaningfully to Chrysor for a few moments with a silent question in her eyes. Unfortunately, her companion wasn't in a position to pay attention to her. Much too busy sizing up the taller god as though he was some sort of slab of meat and she was a butcher. Chris, she muttered in a low tone, one of both pleading and warning. Her companion spared her a glance before she grumbled and closed her eyes, folding her arms and appearing for all the world as though she had just curled up and gone to sleep. Hanlith could only look at her in envy. She wanted to sleep. Her uncle looked between herself and Chrysor a few times before shaking his head. Wetting her lips, she dared to speak first. Did you need this room for something, uncle? Just, he muttered out, pacing across the room with heavy steps and towards the far corner. Coming to a stop with his back to her and looking down at one of the terminals. Just sensed a familiar presence nearby and thought. He trailed off. Hanlith winced. Ah, you thought I was mother. I thought you were Caffrey. Now she just felt annoyed. Sorry to disappoint. A weary sigh came out. Her uncle turned around and looked down at her, shaking his head from side to side. I'm not, he trailed off, cutting himself short before moving his hand up and scratching his brows. Pay no further attention to it. What are you doing? She debated for a few moments about answering him, then figured that there wasn't a problem with it. Shrugging her shoulders, Hanlith pointed towards the computer in front of her and tapped her finger against the screen. I'm cycling through images of old ballrooms and party halls. Trying to get the perfect blend of ancient and modern so that Uncle Gwendolyn could make something for the party I'm making. She wasn't sure what she was expecting from her oldest uncle. He just looked between her and the screen before slowly raising a brow. Gwendolyn is helping you. There was no disguising his surprise. Hanleth approached him. Chrysor spoke up with a quiet but stern tone of voice. Not the other way around. She wasn't quite sure why Chrysor needed to elaborate it, but she nodded her head along with the words of her friend. Looking towards her uncle with a strained and rather exhausted smile. MMMMH. Her uncle gave a small nod of the head, a faint hum as though he had solved some small puzzle. That was something she couldn't quite understand either, especially as her uncle approached and pulled out the chair that was beside her, lowering himself into it slowly. Given his impressive size and equally substantial weight, she was unsurprised when the chair let out a small groan of protest. Neither of them said anything for a moment. Then the chair stopped creaking and fell silent. Her uncle leaned forwards and turned his head, looking forwards into the screen of the computer she was at. His eyes flicked up and down through the assembled images without saying a single word. Seconds blinked past into minutes before she even really paid attention to the time. Is there something the matter? Her words slipped out as barely a whisper. Turning to her, the older god raised a brow in puzzlement, as though he was the one who was confused by her and not the other way around. That should be my question unto you. Was it not you who gathered these portraits? I thought there was more to do here than stare into their soulless copies. I mean, you just sat down and stared at the screen. She muttered out, dipping her gaze and tapping the tips of her fingers together. That's, pretty intimidating, and we haven't spoken all that much before, you know. Ah, yes, clearing his throat, her uncle turned his head away and slowly pushed himself up. I can leave if you are so troubled by my presence. It's not that I'm troubled. She blurted out, raising her head up. It's just, did you want to help as well? A grimace became visible from behind the scarf. I doubt Gwendolyn would take it well if he found out that I was assisting you. Much the same would be said for your mother as well, also your father would doubtless try to have some words with me. The latter felt more like a half-hearted addendum, as though he was just saying it because it occurred to him, but it lacked any of the sense of danger from the first two. Evidently her father didn't strike all that much fear into her uncle. Then again, looking at her uncle and knowing what his role had been, she wasn't all that surprised. Well, she shrugged her shoulders and then frowned. They can make up their own parties if they have a problem with who I'm getting help from. It's my domain and I can include whoever I want to include in it. A beat. That is to say, if you want to help, you can say no. Despite saying that, she hoped he didn't say no. The more help she could wrangle up for this, the less physical work she would need to do, and if all went well, perhaps she could even cut down on the mental side of things and free up some time for her own hobbies. Like sleeping. A faint noise, a mixture between a laugh and a scoff, erupted from her uncle as he shook his head. I was never much for design. I spent precious little time within the halls of the great city, and even when I was called back to the capital, I preferred to spend as little time in the many wondrous sights as possible. Most of my time was spent in the rooms and, no, ignore my words. He trailed off, a distant look in his gaze for a moment. Hanleth made a noise and rolled her eyes. I wasn't going to dump all of the work on you. I might not like putting in a lot of effort, but I do have some pride as a goddess, you know. I was going to gather up all the ideas for what constituted a bonding expression in romance and then blend them all together. A big mixture of different romantical expressions. Oh, I had not meant to imply you lacked pride. Evidently ignoring the latter part of her words, her uncle raised his hand and waved it. But that, MMMMMH. Romantic expressions. I would hardly be the one to ask about that much either. Especially on account of my own status. Oh, right. He didn't have any wife and children, did he? Then again, as far as she knew, it was only her own mother that had children between the three of her aunts and uncles, so perhaps it was more of a case of her mother being the odd one out rather than the other way about. Still, she would rather not think about that. You don't need to do much work. She grumbled, then pointed at the screen. You can just point at whatever you think looks alright and then we can borrow some ideas from it. His arms came across, folding over his chest as his eyes lowered themselves to the ground. A thoughtful look crossed his features before sharpening, his golden orb slipped away from the ground and towards Chrysor. His voice took on a more tense edge to it. And your companion holds no problems with my being here. Chrysor said nothing for a moment. Then she sniffed. Stops her asking me, she replied, then closed her eyes and leaned back into her chair once more. Hanlith pouted at the lazy response. She was envious right now. But she had made a commitment and she was running on a time limit here. Shuffling himself closer, her uncle leaned past her and looked at the screen with furrowed brows. And what am I supposed to be looking for here? She shot him an incredulous look. Didn't I just say you were supposed to be looking for ballrooms that looked nice? I never went dancing. Really? There was a war. He answered matter-of-factly. She wasn't convinced. All right, but what did you do to relax? Relax. He parroted, in a tone as flat as flooring. What did we do to relax in an active war? Where you could scarcely go a single week without being attacked or forced to move your entire army to one corner of the world or another. She nodded her head and frowned. If no one was relaxing, then how did they keep their minds sharp for their next battles? What were they supposed to do when the fighting was over? These are the questions people don't tend to think about. Rolling her eyes, she let out a sigh. Honestly, some people just did not think things through at all. Still, she could see she had her work cut out for her. Especially if this was the best help she could get. Chrysor abruptly tensed once more, raising her head up and looking at the door. Hanlith barely managed to get a word out before the door was flung open and a blur shot into the room. A split second later, she suddenly found herself staring at some blonde girl with a hoodie, pointing a finger towards her companion with a challenging scowl on her face. Aha! I knew my saber detecting skills were working perfectly. The scent of a saber was too. Wait a second. The blonde slowly lowered her hand and squinted, then turned and looked towards the door before shooting the baffled gaze back to Chrysor. The movement repeated itself several times. Aren't you supposed to be a writer? That's mother. Chrysor blankly replied, then raised a brow. And what are you supposed to be? Straightening herself, the blonde puffed out her chest and wore a wide smirk. I am the saber of sabers, the ultimate swordsman. The peerless warrior from the stars. The cloak that hides in every shadow. The movement in every corner of your gaze. I am mysterious heroine X. Hanlith had no idea who this was. Her eyes flickered left and right, searching for any hint of recognition. She barely got one from her uncle, but he looked more perturbed than anything else. Another loud human then. Chrysor dismissed, then waved her hand towards the door dismissively. Go away. I'm not in the mood to play around with you. Heroine X thinned her lips. Oi. I was walking around just because I smelled a saber nearby. You aren't allowed to just dismiss me like that. Where is your sense of, wait, what are all of you guys doing in here anyway? Is this Chaldea's museum or something? I mean, yikes, some of these terminals look older than the appearance of Entropy's avatar. The blonde started to mumble to herself, pacing around the room and seemingly forgetting all about Chrysor. Cupping her chin and scratching it as she walked. Eventually, she walked around until she was behind them and looking down at the screen. With a deft movement, Heroine X thrust a hand forwards and snatched her notes off the table. Hey! The human had the nerve to stick a finger up in her face to silence her. Reading through the notes, Heroine X made a face and chucked them back clumsily onto the table, dropping her hands onto her hips and tilting her head. Where is the laser show? Hanlith blinked. The what show? Laser show. Repeating the words, the blonde rolled her eyes. Tell me you at least have those in this era. I could have sworn it was part of all those classic songs. You'd have those old jazz balls and this reflective ball would spin around on the ceiling. You know, those old classic dances. Classics. Hanlith could only stare. Heroine X sighed and dropped her shoulders. No. TCH. What about a little holographic moon? You have to have one of those, or a starry night. These are go-to things for romantic getaways. I couldn't tell you how many planets make a killing on being solely marketed towards couples because of their scenery. A snort escaped her, waving a hand. There is this one planet in the northern cluster. It orbits a black hole with a big cloud of ice around the atmosphere. It's a pretty popular resort. Hanlith had no idea what was going on here. But she could see an opportunity when it appeared before her. A sly smile formed across her lips as she looked at the blonde woman. Say, seeing as you know so much about romance, perhaps you could give your own opinion on some of these ideas that I have, though it's more as though I need someone to just double-check them, really. Not a lot of work. Heroine X blinked, then jolted backwards and frowned. Hey, I came here for the saber and, wait, is this for something important? A little holiday, nothing serious. ... Wait, they had Valentine's Day even here. I didn't think it was that old but, wetting her lips, Heroine X bit down on her lower one. Eyes darting left and right in clear conflict before her shoulders dropped and she leaned forwards. Alright, I guess I could give you a couple of pointers. They don't call me Mysterious Romance Master X for nothing. Hanlith was absolutely sure that no one called her that. But getting someone else to do the work for her was fine. Heroine X paused, then looked at Ferrum. ... So who the heck are you anyway? ... Ferrum. ... That it? Yes. Huh. Alright then. With a shrug, she went back to scrolling through the images and glancing between the notes. This stuff is all so old. Are you holding a dance or an archaeology dig? Ferrum made a small noise as he leaned forwards. They are hardly ruins and perhaps they have stood the test of time because they have proven their worth. Akin to an old sword that needs only a whetstone to keep it in service, rather than having it cast aside and replaced with an entirely new blade. ... Are you trying to apply battle tactics to a romantic dance, uncle? Hanlith could not help but ask. Heroine X shrugged. They do say that love is war. Ferrum made a noise, folding his arms. Hanlith grunted. Sounds like some my sister, mother would say. They stared at one another for a half-second. Ferrum snorted and shook his head. Hanlith wore a ghost of a smile. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.